Still waiting? Because the time is running.
I know. You told me yesterday. Okay. You are safe. You cannot bust. You cannot bust.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Eureka main event, day 2, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov, presented by PokerStars. It's the 1K main event. Hope you're all enjoying St. Patrick's Day today. And I hope you're all looking forward to a hell of a lot of action to take place over the course of today and tomorrow, where we will crown yet another champion at the King's Resort. Don't mind seat 1's chip count for the minute. That is a graphical error. Mac in seat 1, Yanov in seat 2, Andreas in seat 3, Sheng in seat 4, Sven in seat 5, Wojciech in seat 6, and Jacques is in seat 7. Phenomenal structures here, as you would expect in such a prestigious event. This one smashing the guarantee out of the park, knocking it as a home run. 1.4 million in the prize pool, just shy of €250,000 for the winner. Unbelievable stuff. About 130 players remaining or so. And good afternoon wherever you're tuning in from. I hope you're all enjoying your buzz wherever you may be. Shuffle up and deal. Cards are in the air. Let's go. And wide disparity of nationalities being represented here. We have Germany, China, Poland, Israel, Austria, the Czech Republic, and the Ukraine, all under one roof. This feature table. Really separate the men from the boys who are tuning in today, the diehard fans. Perhaps they are railing their friends, etc. Small blind looks to be 3K to get the action started. Big blind is 6K with a 6K running big blind ante. I am your Irish pundit, Action Man Dan, your broadcaster for the duration of this event. Ben's going to raise from the small to 16,000. And Bang is going to call in the big with 10-9 offsuit. 8-5 deuce is the flop. And it's just going to check. And Sheng going to bet 12K here, try to take this away from his opponent. I would prefer to see Sven continue there, or even bet himself. Take the initiative. Going to have a best hand there with ace high the majority of the time. Sinek Lomza asking about the field. We don't have that critical piece of information. We have a new system installed and it hasn't updated properly, so we're missing the average stack in the top right hand corner of the screen and how many players are remaining. So I'm keeping an eye on the King's Resort website, where you can find out all the additional information. Neutral says that was weak. C-bet released call on the flop. Yeah, I would be inclined to agree. Just to check fold there, although we don't have a spade in our hand, I still want to see a turn card at the very least there with our ace high. I actually probably prefer to make it a bit of a larger size pre, so make it somewhere in the region of 3 to 3.5x instead of
Fold.
2.5x or so.
Some fold.
Pricing out some holdings that the big blind will have. And when we are called, I think we just want to continue. We've got some backdoor straight draw working for us, and
17.
just fold out equity that our opponent is going to have, and that's the aim of the game.
One fold.
I believe there is somewhere in the region of about 130 players remaining. Just bear that in mind.
Two fold.
Lines have gone up. 4K, 8K, 8K. They actually must have started at 4K, 8K, 8K. So the system is updated now.
18.
These are all enjoying your Paddy's Day wherever you are anyway. Such a massive amount of players in this one. Well, entries anyway. 1,526 entries total. Average stack is just under, just 350 to get the day started. About 350. And as I said, we're looking at around 130 left or so. So we're looking at about the minimum payout. Little over the €2,000, as this was €1,100 buy-in.
8 raise. 17.
What a massive first prize it is. €243,500.
Three fold.
Someone's asking about Polish players. Seat 7, Jacques is playing 16 bigs to start the day. That's the only Polish player I see at this feature table. What a stack it is for the Mac. Over a mil. 3 aces on the flop. Yana flopping a full house with his baby pair.
Four check. 8 check.
I think checking back for Mac is totally fine. If we had an ace, we wouldn't bet it anyway. I wouldn't think.
Four bets. 10,000.
Yanov is going to bet the turn here for 10K. Mac's going to call. Bit ambitious by the Mac.
Four check.
River is the king of hearts, and Yanov checks, and now I'll be bluffing this one in Mac's shoes.
8 check. So down.
Occasionally we'll be winning with a hand like Queen High, but I think it's just a bit too
Save them up.
weak. We want to just bet there. Ref that king. Going to lose against all those small pairs. You might even get a 5 to fold. Although that is unlikely. Maybe just wants to wave the white flag, lose the minimum amount of chips and move on to the next hand.
Seven fold. Eight fold.
Actually surprised to see him not open the king 10 offsuit there in the low jack with all those chips. Expect to see him be very aggressive.
One raise. 18.
Sven's going to make it 18k to go with ace king offsuit in the hijack. And we just fold this in jack shoes here, limited amount of fold equity. Even though we have an ace, it is with just a 4 kicker and it's not suited. Just got to put it in the bin. And it looks like the blue chips are the 1Ks, orange chips are the 5Ks, and the green chips you see in front of the players are 25k. So 1-5-25. Andreas in the big queen jack offsuit wants to be defending this for 10k more.
Bet 17.
Those payouts you see in the chat box are not updated. There are about 130 players remaining, spades, and there's 1.4 million in this prize pool, 243,500 euro for the winner. And all players are successfully in the money, looking at about a 2.2 grand payout at the moment. Sven's going to raise to 54k here. Andreas deciding to lead from the big. I'm not really the biggest fan of this, considering Sven's going to have a lot of ace-x in his range from the hijack open. Does take that one down with the raise. I expected maybe even see him just call there on the flop. Keep the bluffs in. But if he feels like he can get additional value, is just going to raise. Problem with raising there is if your opponent is bluffing, he's just going to release, where he might pick up additional equity to continue barreling on turn and river. Andreas is going to complete in the small with ace-3, and new player at the table, Natalia Allegra. He's going to bet 12k here on the turn, takes it down. Allegra might have continued with the straight draw if there wasn't another diamond out there. Plus he's got the arse end of it, as we say in Ireland.
Fold. Three fold. Four fold.
Fold all the way around to the button. And Andreas with a nice opening hand here with 56 bigs. Ace queen off suit.
5 raise, 17,000. Six fold.
Wojciech might elect to re-jam this one. It's a good candidate to do it with the ace6, ace7, off suit. With the blocker, we can see it won't work.
Seven is all in.
Does re-jam. Andreas won't be folding this one.
Count.
Sub 20 bigs for the re-jam.
130.
He's asking for the price. I feel like he should just be calling. He's entitled to take his time, but not going to be folding a hand as strong as ace queen, especially when it's not for his tournament life. Does put the money across the line, and we've got our first all in and call of the day. Wojciech needing a lot of help here, just 30% equity with the ace-8 off suit against Andreas's ace-queen off suit. 272k in this pot up for grabs. It does feel a little bit like a slow roll if you're in Wojciech's shoes, but it was a decent chunk of Andreas's stack. I just wanted to verify everything before he called. And look at that, 875 on the flop. Wojciech now 83% to double up. Just 3 outs for Andreas. He needs a lady. Turn is the king of hearts. Turn is the king of hearts. River giving Wojciech trips, and he will take down that nice pot.
One raise, 18.
If you're wanting to know about the outer tables, we don't have any information about the outer tables, just the feature table here. We are on a 30-minute delay, of course. We are as live can be. If you're just tuning in, it's the Eureka main event day 2 live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Sven raising to 18k from under the gun. King 10 spades.
You play flip? Flippy flop?
Okay, fold.
I fold small pair.
1 win. You think you again?
Huh? I fold small pair. No, me. I say I fold small pair. You speak English or no? Po czesku rozmawiasz?
Deutsch.
Deutsch. Only Deutsch. So yeah, if you speak Deutsch, that's a problem.
Everything we know.
Yeah. I play with you, that's why I fold this. Oh my god. Maybe stupid.
Okay. 50% flip.
If there will be a flip.
No, worse.
Yeah, exactly. Sixes up. Sixes up, yeah, but I think
Full all the way around to Allegra now in the cutoff. Ace 9 of clubs.
I play with him day one.
6 ace 18.
Like
7 fold.
or some hours, yeah.
8 fold.
And I also when he opened before the gentleman called and lead the flop, yeah, and he three bet him. I also fold ace 4 against his open. So I think with my stack ace 4 is easy job.
That's it.
Yeah, I got history with this guy. I try to find a little bit better spot. Yeah, thanks. You too, of course.
Let's take that one down. Jack now under the gun. A7 off 2. Not going to cut the mustard into this many players. Just wants to let it go.
He's all in.
Just decide to shove it. Bit loosey goosey here from Jack under the gun. First to act into the full table. We are only 7-handed though, so just bear that in mind. It's not the end of the world. Shoving here, just prefer to be suited. Don't like those A6, A7, A8 offsuit combinations from early position.
76.
And we have around 10 bigs. Plenty of leg room in an event like this, such a stellar structure.
Fold.
Yes, thank you.
Fold. Fold.
No shame to fold, guys. I'm not greedy. I accept the walk.
6 fold.
I don't need your chips. You still can fold, my friend. And now you got a big problem.
7 raise 16. Fold.
Let's go, dealer. Let's go. You can do it, my friend. You can do it, my friend.
Fold.
Wojciech with the min raise from the hijack with King Jack of clubs. Now there's a hand. Jack will be re-jamming.
3's all in.
Count, please.
And for exactly 11 bigs here, and we've got 2 invested. 9 more.
Oh my God.
Hijack against the big. I think Wojciech should be calling this one.
Yes, I know.
Just going to be
88. 88.
enough equity with this kind of price.
Close?
I wouldn't love it.
Wow, yes. So
I think it's
I'm
going to be
on the
too
floor.
strong.
Bravo, Jacek. Dealer, please hold my hand, okay? Of course I need it. Of course. Please hold my hand. Nothing stupid on the flop, on the turn, and on the river, please. Show.
7 call.
Wojciech will call 188k in this pot. Jack is the at-risk player, but he's about a 2-1 favorite.
Yeah.
Queen 8-7 is the flop. Good start for Jack.
Oh my God.
Turn is the king. The king arriving on the turn could send Jack to the rail. River is the 5 of hearts. Nothing Jack can do there. Wojciech will scoop those chips. Now playing a very healthy 46 big blinds, 368,000.
2.
Yeah, sometimes.
2.
Ace queen sucks.
No 3, eh?
Yeah.
Okay. Tomorrow 3.
Lucky guy. This is your tournament.
Ace Queen.
I hope so.
King Jack. Down King. Have on a big line. Only big done? Yes, only big done. 5 out. 6 out. 7 out. 8 out. 1 call. Two raise.
Shane on the button, ace-3 off suit. Will min raise. Kind of in the big. Ace-9 suited. In general, probably just see him call. He could use it as a 3-bet fold. Just 3-betting for value. Try to get more money in the pot. Looks like that's exactly what he's going to go for.
We raise. 48.
Goes for that 3x from the big. 48K to go.
Go for it.
Good fold, good fold.
Shang will let it go, and Yanov will take that one down. Now playing 71 big blinds. Next payout will be reached when we have 115 players remaining.
20 or 30. Okay?
Got about 120 or so
Okay.
before
Now we fix it.
that point is reached. We're going to have about 7 more eliminations, and then the payout will be €2,670. One-hour blinds in the Eureka main event. Loads and loads of playability. What an opportunity it is for all these remaining players to take down such a huge score. Almost €250,000. Incredible stuff.
To raise 16.
Shang been raising in the cutoff with King 7 suited. SYTZE asked really 50K for first. Oh, the wrong payouts are in the chat there. It's €243,500 for first. I just said that. There was 1,526 entries, €1,100 buy-in with a prize pool of 1.449 million. Yanov is going to call from the small with King Jack of clubs. Up is Jack 10-6, 2 spades, 1 club. Yanov a top pair, King kicker. Turn is the King of Spades. Yanov now with top 2, although becoming a very straighty, flushy board. 3 spades out there, lots of straight possibilities. Let's check through. Wants to go for large enough sizing here on the turn. Goes for a bit of a smaller sizing of 19K. Trace is going to call the 5 of spades with an open ender with the Queen of clubs. Not the biggest fan of this call from Andreas, but maybe he will use it as a bluff on the river if he misses having that blocker. And Chang is going to call here as well for that price. So 3-way action to the river we go. I've raised the deuce of hearts. 113k in the pot now. Yanov just wants to be betting again for value. Somewhere around 50 to 60% pot seems like a good option to me. Like 65.
Four left. 33.
That looks like
5 fold.
20, 38. 33k is the bet. And for Sheng, he might pay this off considering there's 146k in the pot. He's getting about 5 to 1. Looks like he's going to pay this one off. He's got the chips in his hand to the side.
Two calls. So now?
And Sheng will pay him off, and Yanov will scoop that pot with top 2. Yuri asked, is it only 50k? No, they're last week's payouts. We'll get that fixed. 243,500 euro for the winner of this event. Yuri, nice to have you with us on this St. Patrick's Day today. Hope you're keeping well, enjoying yourself. Rory says he's playing some Valorant with this on the side.
7 fold.
Good luck all in.
8 fold. One raise 18. 2 fold. Four fold.
Sven raises to 18k from the hijack with pocket 5s.
6 fold. Heads up.
Trace just calling from the small with ace queen off suit, and the flop is king 3 deuced. Andreas could have used this as a 3-bet pre, but calling also totally fine.
Okay. 24.
Sven's just going to take this away with a bet of 24k. We're less than 7 players away from a pay jump to €2,670. About 120 players remaining. Average stack close to 400,000. About 45 big blinds or so.
One fold. Two fold. For raise 18. Five fold. Six fold.
And I've raised 18k in the cutoff of pocket eights. White checking the big with ace-5 offsuit. Most likely just see him call here for the additional 10,000.
Seven fold.
And he flicks it in. Four-3-3 is the flop.
Check. Four bet 20.
And of bets 20k. Straight draw for Wojciech.
Seven raise 60.
And he is going to go for a check raise. Raising to 60,000. Strong aggressive stuff here from the big blind. And rep with 3. 4-3. Pocket fours. So pocket fours would probably just call. To be balanced here, going to have to be check raising with bluffs and the nuts. And is the 9 of clubs. Well, it doesn't have to be the nuts, but a strong hand, trips, or the likes. Something to that effect. And now 168k in the pot, and Wojciech with the decision.
Check.
Now he is going to check over to his opponent, having check raised the flop. Got his information there. Once Janov has continued, it's unlikely that Janov has an ace high type holding, considering we blocked that considerably with an ace ourselves. Does decide to do a one and done. Hopefully get a free river. Now Janov wants to bet here about
100.
90k, 100k. Janov does bet 100k.
Seven fold. One ring.
We check will immediately release, and Janov will take that away from his opponent, playing almost 100 big blinds now. update of the chip counts. Here we have it. Mac with 124, Janev with 97, Sven with 47, Wojciech 25, Andreas 33, Cheng with 29, and the shortest stack at this table is not so short, playing 22 big blinds. Natalia Allegra. So much chips in play, 1 hour blinds. It's all happening here under one roof. It's the King's Resort, live from Rosvedov, the Eureka main event, presented by PokerStars. Hope you're enjoying the show, wherever you're tuning in from. YouTube, Poker Room Kings on Twitch. If you're new to the channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow.
One phone. Two phones. Four raise, 19,000. Five call. Six fold. Seven fold.
Janev raising to 19k from the hijack. Andreas calling in the cutoff. Both with the same hand. Janev's with ace-10 suited. Mac is going to call in the big with queen-10 off. Suit flop is ace-6-4. Andreas, Janev both with top pair.
Four bet, 29,000. Five call. And eight fold. Heads up.
Bet a 29k and a call. Turn is the three of spades.
Four check. Five bet. 34,000.
$34k is the bet from Andreas now on the turn.
Four call.
Janev will go into check call mode, and this pot now very close to 200k as we hit the river. River is the king of clubs.
Five check, showdown please. And then ace 10. 70%. Unfortunately, they saw camera already.
Both players will chop it up.
2 fold. Four raise, 16,000. Five fold. Six fold. Seven fold. Eight fold.
One is not fold.
One call. Heads up.
Deuce is raising to 16k from early positions. Fang calling in the big with 8-7 off. Suit flop is queen 3-3.
One check. Four bet 25,000.
Down a betting 25k. Just be taking this one down, one would imagine.
Monster flop.
I'm getting out of the way.
I have kings. Change it. Okay.
Four fold. Five fold. Six fold. Seven raise,
חבר
16,000.
שלי. עשיתי לך 100 טלפונים, רציתי שתבוא, תראה את ההקמה.
Eight fold.
כן, תיארתי לעצמי. רגע. רציתי רק לרחלי, היא אמר שזה משודר בלייב. כן, שאלתי את זה. לא, שמו לנו מיקרופונים, התקינו את המצלמות. כן. איך שלינו? אמר שזה מתחיל מ-140 שחקן משודר עלייב. הוא לא מסכים פלאפונים עלינו, כי זה פוגע בסטרימיות, אוקיי? איזה כיף זה? זכיתי בכל החבילה. אמרו שזה המשחק הכי פעיל, עם הסולדים הכי בריאים, נבחרנו לעבור לשולחן המצוות. 4-8. 850.
Wojciech opening from the cutoff with King 5 of diamonds, and Cheng is going to 3-bet with Ace Jack suited from the big. Going for 3x 3-bet sizing. Little small for my liking. I prefer to see it a little bit bigger, but he only has 22 bigs behind on top of it, so some players might just rip there against the cutoff open. He is electing to try get some extra value for his ace jack suited. If we check in the cutoff and the decision, I think he's just going to have to let it go with his king blocker. But it looks like he wants to see a flop.
And 7 call, that's all.
This is ambitious here from Wojciech, calling the additional 32k, but had Cheng used a larger sizing, it would have got rid of Wojciech pre-flop. Now we see the flop of 8-7 deuce. You're not really sure where you're at with your ace jack now, but I would like to see a small c-bet of about 35k here from Cheng. Just to deny our opponent equity, not check fold or have it taken away from us on a lot of runouts. This is our chance to take it down here and now.
30,000.
You just go for that sizing. That small sizing I was electing for. And Wojciech will let it go. Nice pick up there for Cheng. Now playing 285k.
Five fold. 6 fold. 7 fold. 8 raise, 18,000. 1 fold. 2 fold.
Back raises to 18k with ace jack suited from the cutoff.
Yes, 18. And 4
Janov is going to call the additional 10k with king 7 suited in the big blind. We're seeing lots of action so far. The first level, players very deep. Seen a lot of flops. I like it. We want action. Ace 4-3 is the flop. Rainbow macro top pair. Decent kicker. Just wants to be betting about 2 big blinds, even less if he wants. It's for 22k. Kind of just with king high, just have a backdoor flush draw. Might want to see turn card. His body language would indicate that's what he wants to do with his chips. Does decide against it. Sometimes he might want to make a play there, but doesn't really need to do that. And lets it go.
5 down. Blinds.
New blinds. 5,000, 10,000, 10,000 big blind egg. 6 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold. 1 fold. 2 fold. For raise, 22,000.
Janov raising to 22k with Queen 5 suited from the small blind. Blinds have just gone up. 5k is now your small blind. 10k is now your big blind with a 10k running big blind ante. That's 5, 10, 10.
For bet, 29,000.
Janov is going to bet 29k here on the 10, 6, 4, 2 club flop. Andreas has the ace of clubs. I think we want to see a turn.
5 fold.
Let's flick it in. Off to the turn we go. Turn is the Queen of Clubs. Andreas now with no flush draw. Janov now with top pair. Janov gonna bet again. Wants to bet around 50k, 45k, something around that area. Goes for 40. Andreas is gonna call again. Now the stack to pot ratio is 1-to-1, 192k in the middle.
4 check. 5 raise all in.
Andreas is just going to shove on that 3 of diamonds river. Janov has the 5 of hearts for a straight blocker. He's no clubs. For me, it feels like Janov
100.
has a pair blind v blind.
1
And although it is about a pot size shove, the speed in which Andreas done that is indicating that he didn't think much about his decision. And in general, if we shove that quick, it takes a lot of the bluffs away from our opponent's range, because you would think in general, if we are bluffing, we are going to think about it for longer than 10 seconds. So I'm really interested to see what Janov does here. I wouldn't blame him for folding. There are some draws, of course, that we beat. Very exciting hand here, developing. 368k in this pot now. 176k for Janov to call. Really is a nuts or air sort of a situation. You would think Andreas would just check back with a 10, a 6, a 4. Even a queen, although we blocked that considerably. We blocked some straights with that 5 of hearts. We lose to any higher queen as well, of course. Although it is unlikely. Not beyond the realm of possibility. I feel like we lose to more hands than we be here with the queen 5.
Fold? 4 fold.
And if it does fold and Andreas gets away with it, goes the ace of clubs. Does not show his other card. Andreas loving that one. Smiling at his opponent.
We can know if it's a good fold. It's all live.
Oh boy, things are heating up here. Mac with 99 bigs and Janov with 70. You're still your 2 chip leaders at this feature. Andreas with 37 bigs, then Sven with 35, Sheng with 28, Wojciech with 23, and Allegra 17 bigs is your shortest stack at this feature table.
Raise 20. Raise fold. One fold. Fold. Fold.
Oh, you don't need to.
Tala lets that one go with the 9-5 offsuit, and Wojciech will take it down. Seen a lot of loose-ish opens from early position. Fighting extra action here. A fun first level. Into the second level now. About 12 minutes or so. And the pay jump has been reached, so all players remaining at the moment guaranteed €2,670.
Raise 20. One fold. Four fold. Variance 6 fold.
Back with the min, pocket nines from under the gun.
Same call. Heads up.
Ace 6-7, all hearts is the flop. We check defending with the 10-8 offsuit.
Bet 14.
Back bets 14k. That should be the end of this. No heart in hand for either player.
Don't fold. One fold. Two raise, 20.
Shang raising them in from early position with ace jack off suit.
5 fold. 6 fold. Fold. Okay, fold. 2 again.
Just takes down the blinds and antes on this occasion.
Fold. Fold. Five fold. Six fold.
I think that's a big enough pass there from the 10-9 suited. In general, want to be opening those ones from the hijack.
Seven
They're
raise,
good
20.
combos. Come in for a raise with.
One fold.
Hijack takes that one down with the ace-3 suited.
Four fold. Five fold. Six fold.
Ace 4 suited on the button for Mac. Comes in for a raise to 22k. Chang not going to be defending with Jack 6 offsuit. Andreas with a monster here, first to act. Kings of Kings.
Why raise 27?
לא, אבל זה משודר, כי אני צריך לשים את הקלפים על המצלמה, קראת החלום.
We raise 65.
We've got action here. Mac is going to 3-bet to 65k with ace queen suited from the cutoff, facing the raise size of 27k. Close to full 3x from Andreas under the gun. That looks like a 4-bet. I don't know if I like this. I don't think he's going to have too many 4-bet folds in his range, and he's just basically putting in half of his stack, and this is a dead giveaway. It's indicating very, very strong hand, and he's done it very quickly. Now we've seen him making his decision very quickly to use that ace blocker on the river to shove, but still wants to take a small bit longer before making a move like this. Mac is just going to get away from this, I would imagine. This is just indicating massive strength from Andreas, 4-betting to 177, leaving himself with 186 behind.
Show one card. Hey, yeah.
No bluffing.
Just confirming to the table how strong he was. Doesn't really want to be giving away that kind of information. Does take down that pot. I just think a 4-bet rip over the top looks weaker than a 4-bet click for half your stack with half your stack remaining behind. If he's going to 4-bet bluff there, surely to God he will think about it for a bit longer than that 5 to 10 seconds before making that raise.
Raise 33.
Natala raised to 33k with the pocket tens. And Zhang on the button here with ace queen offsuit and the decision. Probably just wants to 3-bet call this, considering Allegra only playing 15 bigs or so to start the hand. Zhang is just going to call because it looks so strong.
Good cards.
Actually, like this, just call from Cheng. Eight deuce is the flop, 2 heart, and Allegra is just going to move all in for 115k. Chang, get away from it now. Allegra just going to have all the overpairs there when he shoves on the 8-8 deuce flop. Chang losing the minimum there. Could have opted to 3-bet, call it off, which I think would be a fine option. It's just 3.3x raise from under the gun with just 11 bigs behind. Going to indicate significant strength. Does take it down. Queen 9-8 is the flop. Rainbow. Kind of a King 5 offsuit, and Allegra defending with the Ace 5 offsuit. I actually would prefer Allegra to just straight up rejam this one, facing a button open from an aggressive player. With the blocker, just going to play better as a rejam, in my opinion.
Aces. No, not good. Oh, that's just not good. I have a 10 jack straight.
No problem.
No, I have 9.
No problem.
You will see how good liar I am.
Pocket 6, you win.
I have a good one.
No
I'm
problem.
better than you.
No ace, you fold. No ace.
Trade 23. One fold. Two fold. Four fold. And 6 fold.
Back raising first act with the Ace Jack offsuit. Looks like he's just going to take down the binds and antes. Don't think Wojciech wants to be defending with just King 4, especially when it's not suited.
One fold. Two fold. Four fold. Five fold. Six fold.
This is magic.
So fold. Raise. 39. So fold. 18.
And he will take that down with a raise. Queens for Yanov. The ladies, 2 red ladies, under the gun +1.
25. 4 raise, 25.
I'm all in.
6 is all in. 7 fold. 8 fold.
We've got action. Allegra picking up ace king.
Ace king.
Is all in.
Ace king.
We've got a big flip on our hands, folks. All of a sudden, ping, bang, boom. 367 in this pot up for grabs. Yanov with the 2 red ladies. Allegra with the ace king offsuit, 2-1. Should be more of a coin flip situation. Obviously, some cards have been removed.
Again.
Oh,
Never lie.
Ten, 6, 6 is the flop. Just 4 outs remaining for Allegra. Looks like he's already walking away. Chris David, I'm walking away. Turn is the 4 diamonds. Allegra going to come back 1 foot out the door. 104 players remaining now. Is it about to be 103? It is. Jeffrey on the river. Yanov now playing 90 big blinds once more. And Allegra has been eliminated. 103 players remaining now.
It looks like it's
Young king.
No, you're kidding me. The river 2 days ago. Killing me, the river. I have kings in the bubble. I push all in, ace queen, hold me. 60 blind. One to the money in the bubble. How will you call ace queen all in? I push, I don't want nobody to call. We sing. We are call. Ace queen, 4, 10, 7, 8, 9. No, this for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Four fold. 5 fold. 7 fold. Eight raise. 22.
Mac raised the 22k here with ace 6 offsuit on the button. Sven in the small with king 10 of diamonds.
Call. Two call. Big less.
Shang's going to call for the additional 12k with ace 3 of clubs. 3-way action to the flop. Flop is 8-4 deuce.
One check. 34.
Cheng's going to bet here, 34k. Leading out, backdoor club working for him. He's got ace high. Also has a straight draw. Button against small against big. Can rep some of this board on the 8-4 deuce rainbow.
Welcome, sir.
Oh, sir.
It's fine. Just going to be forced to let this go. One would think with this king 10 of diamonds. No diamonds on board. Not much happening for him on the 8-4 deuce rainbow. Cheng has range advantage and will take that one down.
For the welcome, you're big one. Gentlemen, you have any dealer?
She waited on purpose for the hand to be finished. Pretty sure. She always does that.
Thank you guys, good luck.
Probably she loves me, but she doesn't know.
You need to walk slower. If you walk slower, you can. Exactly.
We are just six-handed now.
No, I've been here.
97 bigs, Janov at 91, Andreas 43, Sven with 28, Wojciech with 22, and Cheng is your shortest stack playing 18 big blinds. We're going to wait. We're going to get a new player. We have Alessandro Di Michele coming in seat 3. From Italy, we'll be playing a stack of 265,000.
Four-fold. Five-fold. Seven raise 20,000. One fold.
Okay. Like it. If I don't know.
Your feet.
Johan, the main man, is in the house. My moderator, the savior. What's up, Johan? Happy St. Patrick's Day to you, sir. Thanks for sorting out them payouts. Hope you're very well, my friend. Welcome.
Five raise 22,000. Seven fold. One fold. Two fold, three fold.
Jack 9, 6. 2 hearts is the flop.
5 check.
Jan of a king 5 at diamonds. Andreas opening with the ace 8 suited.
4 check, 5 check. Four bet 10,000.
Straight.
And 5 call straight. Please.
Andreas is gonna take this one down. Jan have taken that one down on the river. With a blocker-ish type sizing / value bet.
Seven raise 20,000. 8 fold.
White check under the gun. Now I think this is a bit too wide to be opening. Queen 10 off suit.
2 fold, 3 fold.
Would way prefer this if it was suited.
4 fold.
Nines for Andreas in the big blind.
Are you from here? A lot of Israeli guys. Too many.
Never too many. Five call. Heads up. Five check.
8-7-7 is the flop, and Andreas with the overpair to the board.
Seven bet 15,000. Five call. Heads up.
White check with the small bet.
Five check.
Andreas will oblige. 85k in the pot. Double pair board now.
7 check.
Let's go check, check. Ace of spades on the river. Andreas might want to go for a blockerish type sizing. / value bet. Although that ace of spades is going to favour the under the gun open. But with just queen high, not much you can do. Andreas, had he checked, if I checked, most likely would turn his hand into a bluff. Bet flop, check turn, bet river. When the ace pops off, can rep that card. But Andreas will take that move away from his opponent and takes it down with the pocket nines.
Eight fold. One fold. 2 fold, 3 fold.
Janov
4-4.
debating whether to open 10-3 offsuit, but decides against it. He can be raising very wide with that stack, but I think 10-3 is just going to be a bit of a stretch, to say the least. Andreas will complete his option in the small blind with deuces, and Wojciech with the option now. A queen 9 offsuit in the big blind.
7 check. Heads up. Five check. Seven bet 15,000. 5 call. Five check.
Ten, 8, 5. King is the board. Andreas going to check. Wojciech
7 check.
has the option to bet or check, decides to just check. River is the ace of clubs. Andreas just hoping to get the showdown, and now Wojciech has a clear bluff in my opinion. Can even get an 8 or a 5 to fold. I think Queen High is going to be winning a showdown enough of the time to just check back, but don't really want to run that risk.
7 check. Showdown.
Let's check it back.
1 deuce. 2.
Andreas delighted to take that one down.
I move it to ship.
You never miss nothing. If you take one chip more, I take. This is my friend. I hope you know it.
One raise, 22,000. 2 fold. Three fold. 4 fold.
Sven raising to 22k here under the gun. 9 of clubs.
Call?
Andreas going to call on the button. Andreas could have opted to 3-bet pre, just decides to call, considering it's an under the gun open. 10, 7, 3, 2 clubs is the flop.
One bet 30,000. 30.
Sven bets 30k. Andreas with the decision to continue. Backdoor straight draw and ace high here. I think we want to continue and at least see a turn card, but Andreas decides against it. Lets it go. I think there's a lot of cards that we can rep when we call the flop if our opponent checks on the turn, etc. So I think that's a little bit of a weak fold there from the ace jack. The under the gun getting the respect for the bet, and we'll take it down. Current payout is €2,670. We are with 100 players or less remaining now, so another pay jump is on the horizon to €3,050. Just a few more eliminations to go before that point is hit.
Five-fold. Seven-fold. Eight raise. 25,000.
Mark is going to make it 2.5x from the small with 5-4 offsuit. Sven missing out on the opportunity to not defend there in position for 15k more and see a flop, even if he does just have 7-5 himself.
Unfortunately, I have to do cards until the end of the clock.
You just won.
Nice one. Hello, sir. Welcome. Ticket, please. Thank you.
We have another new player at the table. Roland Shahar from Israel playing a stack of 750k. More chips at this feature table. A lot of big stacks. That's what we like to see. We want action.
Four-fold. Five-fold. Six-fold.
don't have another hand, yeah? 30 seconds from now. If it's up to you, you can take the break. Okay?
Bird is in the house. Swooping by to say hi. What's up, Bird? Nice to have you with us.
7 rings, 25.
Under 100 players remaining, and we will have a longish break after this hand. 25 minutes, folks. I hope you've enjoyed the first frame. Lots of action, lots of flops. Things are just getting started here. Even if it is St. Patrick's Day, nice to see so many people tuning in. We check with the min from the cutoff.
One phone. Two call.
Cheng is going to call for 10k more. Suited.
Heads up.
The flop is 7-5-4. We've got action here, folks. 2 diamonds on this flop. Cheng does not want to see another diamond. Wojciech will like this flop. Let's see it all go in here.
Seven bet 25,000.
We check bets 25k.
25,000.
Cheng will just call. Stack pot ratio now getting close to 1-1 as we see the turn. Turn is the queen of spades. Cheng is going to lead here because this kind of board smacks the perceived big blind's defending range more so than the opening range from the cutoff. So this will look quite strong to Wojciech, and now I'm not sure what he's supposed to do here. Obviously he's not folding. It's just a matter of whether he wants to jam or call. If he jams, he's not really going to get much to fold. So calling doesn't seem like the worst option, although it is a significant portion of our remaining stack. Not sure what he gets him to fold. If he jams, perhaps he just has too much equity and wants to shove all in anyway. Just call for the 35k. 175. River is the king of hearts. Cheng will check now. And the way this is played out, Wojciech might want to turn his hand into a bluff here. Just has ace high. Can get Cheng to fold like a 4, a 5, a 7. Unlikely he has a queen. I think we have to turn our hand into a bluff here in Wojciech's shoes. It's going to be very unlikely that we win a showdown with just ace high. Weird sort of a hand to watch play out there. and I think Cheng should have continued shoving on that river. It was a bit of a topsy-turvy one last hand before the break. See you all in 25 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for lots more action for the Eureka main event day 2. See you all in a few moments.
Especially again, broken record, but the structure of this tournament, 90-minute clocks,
so forgiving.
Can just get away with doing a lot more flatting there.
The deck running rich now, and unfortunately on this occasion for Rosilio, his is a blend not quite as rich as that which has paid a visit to Neugebauer. 2 kings. And this is really going to look suspect, Henry. The guy's just V-pipping at levels that one never ever assumes is 100% credible. When will someone dig in?
Well, Rosilio only joined this feature table 30 minutes ago or so, but...
yeah, he's unaware.
I mean, has he seen enough, though? I mean, this guy's been involved. Does all the money find its way in the middle? Low jack V +1.
Does not. Rosilio playing it as a flat call, and there are problems on the horizon for him. Top pair, top kick. No spade on board. The 10 is relevant. Neugebauer with the overpair.
I mean, this is just going to be showers, right? 360 out there.
It's hard to imagine worlds in which Rosilio's fate is not somewhat predetermined, bar improvement.
120.
Continues for 1/3 on a very wet and connected board.
But one he's not fearful of, in particular given the presence of the King of Hearts.
There really aren't many great turn cards for us, even with Ace Queen. Only King, Jack, Heart gets uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's the cards 7 and below that are in a heart, really, that are the cozy ones. But maybe if he plays this as a flat and something dampen off surfaces on the turn, there are escape hatches available. Ace of Hearts, Jack of Hearts. Well, the ace obviously would hit Rosilio, forgive me, but let's see. Check raise to 290. The fuse is lit here. Do we ask for the rest now?
I think we do. Don't hate trapping, but there's enough out there already to just play for it all as he does announce himself.
Yep. And Rosilio obviously not in love. The jam here, the instances in which we beat the opposition, I think is the ace-jack, ace-king of hearts sort of kit.
To take another 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, looks like a bit of posturing perhaps for pay jumps. There isn't any on the horizon.
Yeah, 53 remaining. We're going to be at a flat 27,100 all the way up until 47th when we get a jump of about 3,600.
I mean, I say posturing. I do apologize. This is a genuine decision here. This isn't just for a pay jump. This is for a potential 2 million chip pot with 52 players left and 1.5 million for first. We've got top, and our opponent's jammed on us, but he can't get away from it, Ali.
Yeah. And it goes.
Wow.
2 to come. He still has 20% equity, but a 4-1 dog for his tournament life here in the main is Hen Rosilio, the late arrival here at this feature table up against the Austrian Neugebauer, who has his sights set. The 2.1 million in the middle.
We move to inside. What our table number? Oh, okay.
Turn is as dry as it gets. A veritable Kalahari desert in the form of the deuce of clubs. Can Rosilio find the needed queen or ace? On his feet. Doesn't appear particularly optimistic. Maybe trying to use a little reverse psychology with the deck.
Yeah.
Ineffectively, though. Jack of diamonds.
One more hand.
Will polish off his remains.
One more hand.
And that'll do it. For Hen Rosilio, 52nd place, 27,100. Ask yourselves whether or not you'd find the escape with ace-queen in the spot as played.
Just so many insane hands in this first frame of play.
Yeah, we've not been spoiled for action, Randy.
Why not? Rajanovski's got ace-jack.
He's the man who's been at the heart of most of it.
Love this guy. Love to see him get some chips going his way. Drop in 4 blues. Make that 100K.
Yeah.
Ace Queen. Oh, he's just in trouble. I don't see a world where Rajanovski gets away from this one against Ace Queen of Hearts.
Yeah, he's been opening all the hands. Now may meet resistance. And he may just decide ace jack suited. It's too much kit. Let's see though. Adamski.
Ah, he's grabbing those re-raising chips immediately.
4 ace. 250,000.
Does take up to 5 blinds. Which may give Rajanovski the appearance that he could potentially
He might think, oh, I can peel this maybe. And if he peels, which he does, there is a chance he can just get away when he misses.
He's got no fear of playing these spots, Randy, with SPR of 1 or less than 1.
He was given a good price pre, to be fair.
Yeah. He's going to need to miss. Unless it's, of course, that jack or clubs. Well,
club. Followed by 2.
Here we go.
Clubs.
He's just announcing the stop and go, Randy. Stop and go for pot. Now, Adamski has to ponder this. Like, it's not ace-king, is it? Ace-king's jamming pre. So he's thinking, is it a hand like 7s or 5s that...
He pretty much has the nut no pair. He does have the backdoor hearts, which is helpful for added equity. If he's up against 2 clubs, he's doing okay, as you can see. Yes, the question is this opponent ever paired at this point? Hard to say. You know, Rajanovski is hard to put on a hand.
Right, does it feel like against this player we just kind of have to shrug and call?
I would think you'd have to shrug and call. You need to wait how often you're up against like a flush draw or a pair. Even against a pair, you're not doing too bad with 2 overs and backdoor hearts.
If it's 5s, we're actually in pretty good shape. 7s, 9s, 10s.
Yes, counterfeit opportunities against smaller pairs. I think this is pretty much just slam dunk call.
Yeah, he does make it. I'm with him. I'd be calling, and he's going to see it's flipping.
Of course, there is some chop equity.
Let's see, can he find a chance to stay in this tournament for Rajanovsky, who's been the most active player at this featured table?
Yeah, we're not picking favourites in the booth, nothing against Adamski, but I want Rajanovsky to stick around, so maybe a chop's fair.
Is that fair? Because that is the nut flush.
That'll do it. Double up via clubs. He's staring Adamski down even though he's just doubled up for him. I love it.
I will see. Doesn't matter. Nuts. In River I have nuts.
There's not a player at this table who doesn't mind seeing that 9 roll off on the turn. That much I can assure you, as the talents of Shilko no longer need to be contended with.
Without paying the Bravo. You play slowly, but now you're hot. Sunny. Давай, брат.
Well, no time for any eulogies. As we march on here, absent Shilko, 45 remaining. King Queen suited from the hijack, not all in, but mostly in.
Got Ali Sara saying, don't forget Benitez called time against Charles Cornuth in a hand at the break that he wasn't even playing in.
I remember that. Chance had some choice words for Benitez after that one too. That was at the World Series of Poker main event in Vegas this summer.
Oh, Volkov.
Wakes up in the big with ace-king suited. 3-bet it.
I like you. You play
to get the last 70 in there.
Yeah, you don't
I don't like
you don't
yeah,
like
I like him.
No stress.
No, I like him. I play fast too.
Ace, ace, 5, and
no
queen suited.
Possible combination.
So few outs. Running spades, running 10-jack.
I knew that was GG.
And that's it. Ace is full for Volkov. Chip leader here.
No more possible.
Has 2 casualties in short order here at the feature.
Daniel Dvoris comes to mind as someone that's just always involved in dogfights. Even for the smaller pots, you know, the single raise pots, button v big blind. Let's see someone really earn this 1.5 million.
I've been bouncing in and out.
Twitch chat, by the way, speculating that perhaps we got some vowels jumbled up with respect to Benitez's online screen name, because if it is indeed Temato, as opposed to Tomate, Temato is I kill you. And that would seem to be a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't think it's...
If it isn't, you know, but I could see Temato, you know what I mean? If you're a boss out there, kind of an aggressive warning to those brave souls that would seek to take him on. Shilko showing bravery, this time with King 10 offsuit in the cutoff. Getting 3-bet.
How much is this? 60? 60.
By Volkov. Up to 165 now, the Ducklings. Losing flight feathers. Surely Keating isn't considering.
We're at that stage of the tournament, my friend, where you really earn your money. I think we can expect to see a bit of a dogfight. We've got the right lineup for it. Deep stacks. A lot of ego, testosterone, competitiveness amongst these players. Oh, hello. Hello, cold 4-bet.
Quack, quack. Up to 440 in total. Ladies and gentlemen, we give you Alex Keating. This is like when you pay a visit to the salsa bar at your local Mexican restaurant and...
What? What have we walked into?
I thought
Najad?
that the ghost chilies were going to be delivered by Keating, and yet all of a sudden Volkov flexes with a 5-bet up to 1 million. This is a Carolina Reaper here with Ace-Jack.
I was somewhat joking when I mentioned egos and testosterone with this lineup, but these guys really flexing on each other, taking it to the streets. A 5-bet pot in 2023, and Keating hasn't mucked yet.
This has nothing to do with the deuces at this point and everything to do with whether or not Volkov's out of line. Ultimately, the fold does come in. Bit of an exhale, of course, from Volkov, who has to believe the ace-jack is always beat in that spot, but perhaps not as marginally as it was. Did you catch a glimpse of Shilko's glass, by the way? I don't think that's on offer here at King's. That may be a personal receptacle there. That copper. Well, he's not working a Moscow Mule.
No.
Venti. Is he, or a mint julep?
It's the entire fit. He's got the Rolex Yacht Club polo shirt on. He's got the Breitling Aquamarine Super Ocean timepiece on his left wrist. You know, he's got the Triton scarf, copper flask. I dig it. He's trying to go for the old Dad's hedge fund is funding my poker career look. Don't believe me when I go all in kind of vibe.
Oh, we know differently. His talents are funding his poker career. 10-7 suited is funding the Hijack Open from Tabakaru. Oh, remember, 3-bet from the small showed the ace-king. Obviously looking to buy some table image. Ace-9 suited. We pause upon Kuru.
I don't know if you've sensed the shift in the pace of play as well as we head into the final 90 minutes or so. We've been at 46 for a while. They were dropping like flies when we came back in as Shilko in the small with the decision for 10 bigs. Oh, here we go. Is this it? Checking the itinerary.
245 already delivered, so this will be a spin. There's no world in which Kudu's going to release. But Shilko trying to put him on a range here. Hijack open, button 3-bet. When you have the ace-queen, you're focused more upon the 3-betters holding than the opener, correct?
Yes and no. I mean, the 3-better is on the button, playing around the same stack as the opener. Going to just be leaning into the perceived lighter open from the hijack. I think it's evenly split in terms of how worried we are about both players. Not an easy spot. Not an easy spot. I mean, he knows he has no fold equity, so he's always going to be spinning the wheel. It's whether he wants to go for it or not.
Everybody playing so slow.
Who just said that?
I didn't catch it. Maybe Benitez?
Oh, there we go. Comes to the right decision. Yeah, Benitez a bit uncalled for in my opinion. It's a 3-bet spot
46 left, main event.
with action behind, like
Минимум дамы. Минимум дамы, не годится. I know. Никогда. Просто don't know about that. Здорово.
Well, comments aside, we're going to play for 760.
Look at the glance. Kura's giving it, by the way. Kind of just like,
Why you do this?
hey pal,
Удивительно, да?
be careful who you make enemies of.
Paired flop, presenting opportunities for Kuru. Shilko. Nervy moments for his ace-queen, and the 9 on the turn. A dagger delivered to the Belarusian. Can he find a queen in turn on this river? That would be the only escape. And he cannot. No justice sometimes. Obviously, Shilko coming off of a massive victory at the PSPC. Doesn't have a whole lot to complain about, but that was a spot that deserved a bit better.
Buckman was watching this going, how come Martinson can't have all the fun? I'm the chip leader here.
Yeah, but he still has 6 million. It's okay. Martinson, once again, 2 10s. He's got the firepower to fight.
His arms must be getting tired, Randy.
Just kidding. I don't think he minds it.
We might have to relay the felt.
100.
Excuse me, can I touch my top phone? Yeah?
Looks like he'll be raising, taking this one.
Yeah, Chateau with King 3 offsuit. Such a poor hand.
No chance he's playing this. Is he? Okay, I'm sorry.
There we go, Randy.
It's surprising because he hasn't been wanting to play hands, but
He's seen Martinson play every hand, though, I guess. Randy's decided, look, I'm going to make a stand here for 1 blind. I've got a short stack back.
he's had enough.
Yeah.
Didn't want to wait anymore. No flop.
Martinson top set. Because he needed a hit hand.
7 check.
Can Martinson find a check back, Randy? Against such a short stack.
I don't think he will, just because this board hits the big blind a little bit, right? 7, 6, gut shots.
Is it a tiny bet than trying to induce a check jam?
I think he comes in small because he has the best pieces of this board with top set. But rarely would he want to check back this flop.
$65,000, the bet very small. And a switch
Oh my
check.
god, what is going on here? Made a move with just king 3 high, no backdoor hearts, and he's pretty much dusted. Looking for an 8 or 9 and a 9 to kind of chop this one up.
Wow, Randy. He knew it was the big blind's board. And he took advantage of that situation, or at least he thought he was going to, but instead, Martinson has him all but dead. Randy, what are we seeing?
Well, that's it.
That seals it. Chateau out in 27th. I mean, I always give credit to someone giving it a go, Randy, but that was spicy.
Four raise, 25. I hope. Seven, four. One fold. Two fold.
Alrighty, folks, we are back. We are live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov for lots more action from the Eureka main event day 2. Blinds have gone up. 6k is now the small blind. 12k is now the big blind with a 12k running. Big blind ante, that is 6, 12, 12. Average stack approaching a half a mil, which means that's good for over 40 big blinds. 1 hour blinds we are playing here. Lots more action to come, loads more levels. 95 players remaining on the break. And we have a page on blooming to €3,050. Lots of fun action in the opening frame. Seen a lot of flops. Flops and drops.
Yellow with the ice.
5 raise, 10-7.
Sorry? With the card, I will take.
Same feature table as we had before the break. No real changes. Newest player at the table is in seat 6, Ran Shahar, who sat down with 3/4 of a mil. We see him in action here, calling the 27k raise from Andreas from under the gun. One thing I will say is we've seen a lot of light enough opens from under the gun and under the gun +1 so far today. This evening even. St. Patrick's Day. Hope you're all enjoying the festivities. I mean, if you're really enjoying the festivities, you're probably not listening to me right now. But the hardcore fans are already in the chat. Still a couple of hundred people tuning in, which is great to see so much support for such a big event, even if there is one of the biggest holidays of the year taking place. Over 1.4 million in this prize pool. €243,500 for first, so just shy of $250,000. Over 1,500 entries. Massive, massive chance for these players to go through to the final day and play for that kind of money. Wow, wee what? MJ says hello. Johan says the page jump has been reached. Action Man Dan says the flop is 9-6-4 Rainbow. Ran just facing 1 overcard to his pocket 8s, and Andreas with the deuces facing 3 overcards, as is tradition when you've got the deuces. Ran going to bet 50k. Andreas just going to have to release this one. Especially when he calls under the gun +1, he's just going to be smacking this board more so than his opponent. And Ran just has to bet to take it down. Goes for large enough sizing, 50k, takes it down, and we move on to the next hand.
No problem. What's your name?
Thanks.
7 fold. Fold.
It's okay? No, okay. Give me 50, so I will be low 50, I will give you 50.
1 fold.
Yeah, yeah, I know. תביא 50, אני אמשוך 50.
Fold.
3 יורו, אין לי להחזיך, אני אמשוך 50.
Alessandro, ace queen of clubs.
אחרי הבליינד אני...
הכל טוב, אחי, בלי לחץ.
Yes.
השקל שלנו הפעם לא חוזרים.
100.
Raises to 100k, essentially committing himself just 9 bigs behind, launching in about half his stack. There or thereabouts from the button. Yanov now in the small King Jack off suit. I think for this kind of a raise size, just has to let it go. Had Alessandro gone for a smaller raise size, I think with a hand as strong as this one, we just want to be min raising on the button. Let our opponents hang themselves and get caught up in the middle with it. With rejams, calls from the small, calls from the big. I just think this is way too good of an opportunity to raise call instead of just basically open ripping. I mean, he makes it 100k with 110 behind. He's essentially telling his opponents, I'm going with my hand. We might as well have just ripped.
Raise 24. One fold. Two fold. Three fold. Four fold. Fold. Six fold. 7 in. Thank you, okay? Gentlemen, you have your reader. Thank you, good luck.
There is updated the chip counts, not much to talk about. Same as it was just before the break, really. Playing still shortest stack, playing 16 bigs, and Mac still the biggest, although Yanov clipping on his heels.
חבר גם חי ברומניה הרבה זמן. מי זה? אילן קיסוס ועמית פישמן. מכיר? הוא הוציא וודקה עכשיו, הוא הוציא וודקה עולמית עכשיו. איך קוראים לה? יש אותה בליסטים. אייט פולד. וואל פולד.
Producted in Romania? Product in Romania? Manufactured in Romania?
4 fold. 5 fold. 6 raise, 34,000. $34.
I'm going to raise 34k here, close to 3x sizing with 5-4 diamonds, and Wojciech going to call with 8-5 of clubs in position. Flop is Queen Deuce Deuce. Flush draw for Wojciech. Ran is going to check his option. I actually would prefer for Ran to bet about quarter pot. Especially when he is covering stack. Flush out some random equity Wojciech might have. We can see he's got a flush draw. He decides not to bet either. I also think there might have been a better opportunity for him to just take that one down with a small bet and deny his opponent equity.
6 bet, 15,000.
I'm going to bet 15k. Double pair board. And Wojciech can't really continue now. Well, he can. If he does hit his flush, he won't be loving it on a double pair board. It is a very, very small sizing. So maybe if he calls, he might have a plan for the river. Again, I feel like both players missing an opportunity to bet this one on the flop.
Raise 50,000.
He's going to just raise to 50k.
And 6 yeah, that's one fold. 2 folds, 3 folds. Four raise, 28,000. 5 folds.
28k is the open here from Yanov from the hijack with ace-10 off suit.
6 folds. 7 folds. 8 folds.
Take down the blinds and antes.
The button, please. fold. Four fold. Five fold. Seven raise. 24.
We check with the min raiser, queen six of clubs, and Sven, very rejammable. Ace jack off suit, off this stack depth. 25 bigs to start the hand. I think this is just going to play better as a rejam.
One call.
Just decides to call.
What's up?
King nine deuce is the flop.
One check.
And check, and now voice check.
Seven bet 16,000.
Gonna bet tiny. Backdoor straight draw. Backdoor club draw. Betting lead. Now for that sizing, I think Sven wants to be continuing to see a turn. Looks like a raise.
45,000.
Going for a raise to about 45k.
Seven fold.
That's another way to win the hand. Sven using it as a check raise here. Raise to have the best hand. A lot on that flop, and his hand looking a bit disguised. Use that to his advantage. I would just prefer to rejam pre. Expected to see him just continue and see a turn card, but besides, he wants to check raise and get the job done here and now. Takes it down on the flop, takes down a nice pot. Albeit he did have the best hand.
Four fold. Five fold. Oh, not need to say. We have to for. Seven fold. Eight fold. One raise. 26,000.
And raising to 26k with king 7 off, suit and a small.
Two call. Heads up.
Then going to see a flop with queen 3 of hearts for 14,000 more. Flops top pair, out flopping the king 7. I would prefer if Sven just straight up ripped this one pre. I know it seems like a lot of bigs, but Just going to get the blinds and antes majority of the time. If we're not going to do that, then we should go for a sizing that's larger than 3x. Price out hands like the Queen 3 suited. I'm going to bet 22k here. And Cheng just wants to call.
Raise 65.
65? Two raise, 65,000.
Cheng raised to 65k and the jig is up. I'd much prefer to see him just call. Not much he has to worry about besides a king or an ace on the turn. If he thinks he can get it in, why not? Against a hand like 7s, 8s, 9s, perhaps maybe even some 6x. But I don't think his hand needs too much protection. I think the superior play there is to just call.
Five-fold. Six raise. 24. Seven-fold.
Ryan is going to min raise here with the 8-7 suited.
Eight-fold.
Back going to call King Jack off suit and the cutoff.
One-fold.
Off this stack size, I would actually prefer to see Mac use this as a 3-bet. Use the covering stack and can really apply the pressure. King Jack off suit gonna be a good combo. 3-bet fold with.
Two-fold.
And Cheng is going to call from the small here with 8-7 of clubs. And this is a really, really nice opportunity for Alessandro Di Michele to straight up rip with his pocket nines. 20 bigs to start the hand. Look at all that money out there.
Three raise. 112. 112,000.
The 3-bet to 112. But again, this is the same as shoving. He's not going to be folding for the additional 116k behind.
Eight-fold.
Debbie in the house says, yo guys, what's up Debbie, what's up neutral? Nice to have you with us on St. Patrick's Day. King is going to be forced to let this one go, and this is going to be a savage pickup here for the pocket nines, uncontested. Look at that, adding 72k to his stack. Just be getting that rip through. Well, essentially committing himself.
Razor is full.
Pocket nines, so.
If you fold, you win.
Yeah.
What do you call it?
Most dangerous obstacle in the field.
That's it. This is only mine you can.
Fold, 6 fold. Seven, raise 24,000. 8 fold.
Wojciech raises 24k with the aces.
1 fold. 2 fold. 3 fold.
2 black aces here for the Wojciech raising, and Yanov not even going to defend with the Jack 9 offsuit. Expected to see him steal one there. As Johan has declared, there are 88 players remaining now. Average stack is over 500,000.
Fold. Seven raise 24,000. 8 fold. 1 fold. 2 fold. 3 fold.
Wojciech raising to 24k with King Queen offsuit. Early position.
Call.
Janos going to call from the small. King Jack offsuit, and Andreas now going to be priced in for one big blind more with 6-5. Five, 3 deuce. Just flop 2 diamonds. Face the rest of it. And this board tends to smack big blinds perceived defending range more so than the opening range or the call from the small.
7 check. 3 players.
Andreas with the straight now.
4 check, 5 checks. Seven check.
Andreas the 9 of diamonds, and now Andreas, he wasn't leading the turn. Time to get some value, mate. We can see won't be getting any value.
4 check.
There's no more cards to come. What's the bet here? Bet about 50k.
5 bet, 27,000.
27.
Fold.
I would have liked to see Andreas lead the turn, considering any player with an ace would have a straight. We might get 2 straights. And the scare card might arrive on the river. And it does have the king of diamonds in his hand. It's not going to be good enough to bluff on this occasion. Andreas will take that one down.
Fold. 8 fold. 1 fold. 2 fold. 3 fold. 4 raise, 29,000.
And I'm going to raise to 29k on the button here with King Queen of Hearts.
5 fold and 6 fold.
Is he a 5? ملك بملكالة ضروري.
We'll take the blinds and antes. Shaynot is in the house, says Shay Costello. Hey, nice to have you with us, Shaynot.
8 fold. 1 fold.
And with a nice opening hand here, ace queen suited. So 20 bigs to start the hand.
Two raise, 25,000. 3 fold.
So Yanov is going to
4 call.
call. Looks like he had chips in his hand to 3-bet, decides to just call with the ace-4 suited.
Thank you. 7 fold. Heads up.
And 8-3 is the flop.
Two bet. 30,000.
King bets 30k. Yanov has got a backdoor equity working for him. The form of a club or a straight draw. He might have the best hand right here, right now. Expect to see him call this bet and see a turn. This sizing. Size against it. King takes down that pot and is now playing 22 big blinds. Yanov is still the chip leader. Well, he's overtaken Mac. Mac 76 bigs. They're basically tied at the top. Ram with 57 bigs. Andreas 36. Alessandro Michel with 26. Sven with 25. Cheng with 23. And Wojciech, shortest stack, still playing over 20 big blinds.
Two raise, 25. Three calls. Four calls.
Cheng, ready position, ace jack suited, raise to 25.
5 calls.
Okay. Rand's got a big hand here on the button, pocket tens.
25, right?
25. 6 calls.
We'll just call. And look at this, folks. Wojciech with the kings of kings in the small blind. We've got action. I think he just needs to squeeze all in here. Looks like he is just going to try to get additional value with a squeeze. I just think this looks too strong personally. So unlikely that he is 3-betting from the small here, facing under the gun plus 1 open and calling the button as a bluff, leaving himself with just 13 bigs behind. Chang. I feel like he's just going to have to let this go. And the 10s won't be loving this either. Just see what pocket 10s do here. This looks extremely strong from the small blind. Had he just jammed, I think we would gamble, but this is a dodgy spot. Even if we are sitting there with 2 10s, it's not looking so pretty. We've at the 95, just 160 behind for Wojciech. But it matters not. Wojciech will snap him off, ran with the friends, shoving on his opponent. Look at the size of this ball. 559 in the middle up for grabs. Wojciech's 95k 3-bet working in his favour. Gets the rip from Ran. There we go. King 3 deuce.
Really
Hard
bad
up.
to lose this one.
That's going to do it for Wojciech.
Oh.
Ran will lose a chunk of chips. Wojciech will be very happy with that one, getting the full double up and some 46 big blinds now and counting for Wojciech.
$250 to 75.
לעבור ביצה אחת כזאת בערב. אין ברירה, אין מה לעשות. 7-8 ידיים החיזוג 10 חזק.
יכולתי רק לשלם ולבוא.
איך?
275?
לא ראיתי איך התנהלה המכה.
חשבתי רק לשלם ולבוא.
אתה חזרת עליו פריפלופ?
כן, אני שילמתי, הוא חזר, אני חזרתי עליו.
הוא זרק בחזרה? אתה חזרת על ה...
Ganef with 7 bigs, a max 74, Chang 20, and everything in between. 3 stacks between 20 and 30, and 2 stacks between 30 and 40. Very fun fixture table here at the Eureka main event live from the King's Resort in Rosendorf. If you're just tuning in on this Sunday, St. Patrick's Day evening. Hope you're all keeping well out there, whether you're tuning in from YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch.
Raise, 25. 4.
Ivan says, "Was that Kings and mods? How's everyone?" Chang raising the 25k under the gun off 20 bigs to start the hand. He's been off suit. I hope that fixed it for you guys. I just refreshed the page. Everything should be stellar today. Thanks for letting me know. As Johan says, 82 players remaining now. 558 is the average stack. Thank you for that, Johan.
עכשיו משחק 18. זה לא נורמלי. כל המדינה משחקת. איך גם, אתה יודע, בארץ שאתה משחק שם. איפה אני? איפה אתה משחק?
Recall?
מה? תחכה, אני בא.
Recall?
Thank you. Good luck everyone. Good shot.
Good shot. My raise 27. 6 fold.
Andreas raises to 27k from under the gun plus 2 with ace-8 of spades. We'll take down the blinds and antes. Current payout is still €3,050.
Welcome back. Okay, 10-4. 7-4.
With the ace jack is going to in with the unsuited combo, and Mac is going to call with just king suited. Ambitious here from Mac. Even if he is suited, you want a better kicker here. Alessandro with Jack 7 of clubs, 12k to call. Going to be priced in here with 78k already in the pot, just 12 more to flick in to see a flop tree, and he will do just that.
Good check.
Queen 7-3 is flop 2 spades. $33k is the bet from Ran. Mac is going to call. Move the action back on Alessandro. Just going to let it go. Get the best of it. Don't blame him on that board facing the bet and the call. Just releases. Turn is the king. Mac with the best hand now. The 2 pair. He had the best hand on the flop, but he certainly has the best hand now. Straight draw now for Ran, and this is a good barreling card for Ran. Wants to bet about 100k here.
46.
Goes for much smaller sizing, just 46,000. Bet a 46k and a call, 248 in this pot now as we hit the river. It does complete the flush. It does pair the board. King of spades rolls off and Mac with the full house. If Ran wants to try get his opponent to fold a queen or something to that effect, he needs to go large. You can see it's clearly not going to work, but in theory, that's exactly what you would want to do. And that small sizing is going to get punished. Well, it was going to get punished anyway. But if you want to get your opponent to fold a large hand there, you would want to go a lot bigger, maybe even all in. With the blockers, block hands like Ace King and King Jack.
Raise. 141.
I'm going to essentially min raise here with the full house. Things not going Rand's way at this feature table. Man is just going to fiddle with his chips and make it look like he's going to be folding a monster here. With the reverse Hollywood, making it look like he's got a monster. We can see it's just not the case here. He's going to be forced to release his hand just ace high. Third board. And the flush comes in.
mean like ace 10 and only thing, ace 10.
Let's it go. Mac now playing over a mil. Debbie says, enjoying the stream with a cup of coffee and with Dan on the commentary. Are you having an Irish coffee on St. Patrick's Day or just a normal coffee? Nice to have you with us, Debbie.
Raise, 25. Oh.
Johan has just declared 80 players remaining now. 572k is the average stack. So average stack very close to 50 big blinds. What a tournament this is shaping up to be. Just of $250,000 for the winner. Over 1,500 entries, smashing the whole off the guarantee. Chang raises to 25k on the button with ace 10 off suit. That's going to be good enough to get blinds and antes.
It's 10, 15.
Yeah, lines up. 10,000. 10,000, 15,000. Thank you.
And the blinds have just gone up. 10k is now the small blind, 15k is big, with 15k running big blind ante. That's 10, 15, 15. 80 players remaining. And is min raising woman ace 6. Three-way action to the flop. Ran, Sven, and Andreas. Ace 6, 9, 8, and Queen 10. King 6, 5, 2 diamonds hits the flop. Really nice flop here for Iran. Levy just wants to bet call it off here with 115k in the pot and just 228 left in his stack. So I'd be betting about 40k or so. 35k is the bet. Trace with it. Straight draw. With 2 diamonds out there. Just decides to let it go. Understandable. Oh, sorry. It's around to Andreas now. Queen 10 releasing. I wouldn't be surprised to see Andreas just let this go as well, considering it's under the gun open. King 6-5, we just can only hit a straight with a 7. Get behind calling, but I'll be proceeding with caution. Turn is 3 of clubs. Now if it goes check, we can bluffs on the river if we miss. Get a hand like ace jack or ace 10, ace 9, something along those lines to fold. There is the 9 of diamonds and Ran now with the nut push. We're not ace 9 because we have a 9 in their hand, but you get my drift. Andreas checks again and losing any more chips, I wouldn't think, unless Ran goes for a very small sizing. That's why I wanted to see Ran bet more like 40, 45k, because then you would have exactly pot behind. If you're called. He has been going for these small sizings, so goes for a bet of 60k. And because this is such a small bet, this might get called. We have an 8 that blocks the straight, although that's highly unlikely anyway. And that's a nice bet by Ran, getting called by 9 on the river from Andreas. Ran back up to 440k. Shy of 30 big blinds. Actually, no, not quite, considering the blinds have just gone up. Somewhere in that area. Oh, he does indeed, actually, yeah, just under 30 bigs. I was right the first time. Sven with ace-8 suited.
On 830.
Will min raise. And the 6s are just going to fold.
Fold. Fold. Six fold. Heads up.
And he's going to call with his ace 5, 8, 5 of clubs, and the flop is queen 10, 6. Sven going to bet 45k, takes it down.
Raise 30. Fold.
Sven going to min raise with the queen 9 suited. Keeps peppering them with the jab, Sven. And this is going to entice Alessandro to get in the last of his readies here with pocket 8s. He keeps putting in about half his stack. This time 100k with 164k remaining.
5 and 6 fold. 7 fold.
And that 100k 3-bet for the third time is essentially committing himself. Now, if there was significant action behind, we can just get away from our pocket 8s. But I do believe when he puts in 100 and just has 160 behind, he will be stacking off. He's just going to have too much invested. I'd rather still just jam. Don't even have to jam. Leave yourself with a big blind or two behind. Mac with 72 bigs is still the chip leader at this feature table. Yanov with 891 with 59 bigs is in second place. Wojciech with 35. Ram with 25. Alessandro with 22. Andreas with 20. Cheng with 18. And Sven is the shortest stack but still playing a healthy enough 17 big blinds.
הלכתי לראות עם חבר שלי, מה
שפיץ גובה?
שפיץ גובה. אמא שלי. אין לו מהלך שם.
35,000. 4 fold. 5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold.
You win.
Alessandro going to take down the blinds and antes with the ace-5 of diamonds. Staying active. Keep taking down those blinds and antes. Nice way to accumulate chips. Of course, that wasn't open anyway with such a pretty hand. As Johan declares, 76 players remaining. Average stack has creeped over 600k, which is still good for 40 big blinds.
Big and anti, please. 15 and 50.
And page up is looming to €3,450.
Fold. 4 fold. 5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold. 1 chip, heads up.
Bebop is here. Good evening, Bebop. King 9 deuce is the flop. 2 clubs.
Bet 16,000. Fold. 4 fold. 5 fold. 6 fold. 7 raise. 35.
Wojtek raising to 30k here with ace-8 offsuit from the cutoff.
raise all in. 7 fold. 8 fold. Four fold. 5 fold.
King 10 not getting involved there. That one just getting taken down. Wojciech raising, this time from the hijack. Ace 9 off suit.
One fold. 2 fold.
Alessandro in the big with King Jack off suit. Facing a hijack open from an aggressive player. Wouldn't have even minded a rejam there from Alessandro for 23 big blinds. He does decide to just call. This flop top pair against Wojciech's ace 9 on the Jack 6-8-2 hard flop.
Seven check. 3 check. Seven check.
We're on the river here, Alessandro. Gonna try to get some value for his top two.
You bet 45,000.
Looks like he's going for just shy of 50k. 45k is the bet.
Yeah, the TV. No, it's not. No.
Oh, very good.
I fold it. And 7 4.
Did they break it?
Do I have to wait for the TV or I have to
He's winning a good few small pots, Alessandro, and they all add up.
Yeah, the format is fine.
You can do mine, I fix it.
Yeah, but I need to...
How much is the bank?
4? 50.
54.
Very nice try. Five raise, 31,000. 6 fold. 7 fold. 1 fold. 2 fold, 3 fold.
Andreas raising Jack 10 offsuit. He's raising loads from early position. We're seeing so many opens today from early position. I only keep mentioning that, but it's just been so constant. Players really wanting to get in there. That's the part we love. Providing endless amounts of action, of course. A very fun day so far. 6-5-4.
4 bet. 34.
Get 34k from the top pair. Jack kicker. This board smacking the perceived big blinds defending range more so than the under the gun opening range. I have no idea what he's calling here, but he is with the Jack 10 offsuit. Here we go. Turn is the queen of diamonds. Do not try this at home. Jan's going to go fire a second time.
Raise, 30,000. 7 fold. 8 fold. 1 raise.
I'm going to raise to 30k with ace-5, and Sven is going to 3-bet to 130k, essentially committing himself, leaving himself with 6 big blinds behind with the pocket nines.
4 fold. 5 fold. 6 fold. Yes, thank you.
Just take it down. Nice pick up there for the pocket nines.
7 fold.
Which one?
Guess we're going here.
8 fold.
I can do that.
It's better. Almost 5 cards.
One fold. 2 fold. 3 fold. 4, 5. 5 raise, 30,000.
Andreas raising from the small blind with Jack 10 offsuit. Going for the min. And I don't like the sizing from Andreas. And if I'm in Rand's shoes here with ace deuce suited, I'm just going to rip.
5, 2. 6, 2.
Just decides to call, getting really good odds to see the flop for one big blind more. And this is Andreas's board more so than Rand's here on the 10, 6, 7, 9.
5 bet, 46,000.
There's a lot going on here. 2 clubs, diamonds.
6, 10.
Any 8 makes a straight. Andreas takes it down. Johan players, there are 72 players remaining now. Average stack is 635. There's a pay jump incoming. Thank you, Johan.
Without better.
One. 2, 4. 3, 4. 4, 4.
Tens for Andreas here on the button, having took down the previous hand.
5 raise. 13,
Really didn't like his sizing from the small blind. Jack 10 did find a way of winning the hand. I think Rand should have rejammed pre,
raise all in.
and he will be rejamming pre here. Good action.
7 fold. Call. And your hand. 5 call.
558 in this one. Ram with the ace queen, Andreas with the pocket tens. We're off to the races.
Sorry? 10. Oh, okay. Shorter. Hmm?
Jack 3-4 is the flop. Ran now just the 5 out. Turn is the 10. Just as well, because the river was the lady. Andreas will double up and Rand will be left with 2 big blinds. As well for Andreas. Not so much for Ran Shahar. Gotta win your flips. The pay jump looming. €400 between 72nd and 71st place. payout will be €3,450.
מה 10 סגרת פינה?
יש לך בית קטן, אבל זה סתם, זה כאילו מהתקווה של לראות שם...
One raise, 30,000. Two-fold, three-fold.
Sven going to raise to 30k here. Ace 3 suited from under the gun.
Five-fold. Six-fold.
All the way around to the small blind of white check with pocket fours.
Seven call.
He's going to call the tri-flop set here.
Eight call. Three players.
Going to get three-way action to the flop. Flop is 10-8 deuce. Mac deciding to come along for the ride with King Queen. Could have squeezed, but considering it was an undergun open, got best to just call. He does do just that. 105k in the pot. Fight check checking. Mac checking, and Sven going to try to take this one down with a small bet.
One bet 40,000. Seven-fold.
Let's go for a bet of 40. Mac wants to see a turn. Just call the 40k. Does turn a lady.
One check.
Is going to go check, check. The river is the 4 of spades. 185 in the pot. I feel like Sven is wise to give up there because Mac can have a 10, and hands like the one he has are going to call the try-see a turn. There is some Queen X in Mac's range. Sven just going to be trying to get the showdown and hope he has the best hand, but he's not going to be meeting much, only a couple of straight draws.
Bet 40,000. One fold.
Thank you.
Well, guys.
Late as it chip counts, Mac still in the lead, playing 1.1 mil.
I raise 33. 6 is all in.
We've got action. Ran is all in by default there. Pretty much less than 2 bigs. He's got ace king suited. Andreas, the original opener. King queen offsuit. Sven wants to be rejamming here with the ace queen. Golden opportunity just to rejam.
Hola. Good luck, guys.
Ace king all in against the ace queen. Sven, don't mind paying off this one. Ran can essentially quadruple up. 6-7-4 is the flop. Turn is the queen of clubs. Sven 4-1 favourite now to eliminate Ran. River is the clubs. Get back down Ran. Now playing 6 bigs. And still going to be playing 13 big blinds. Johan says next 3 weeks he's on holiday in Sri Lanka. Enjoy this team with Action Man Dan. Thank you, Johan, and I hope you have an amazing holiday. One of those weeks I'm hoping I'll be playing the Irish Open. There's a roller coaster of emotions there. Well, yeah, it would be more of a roller coaster if he'd less chips, but in such a big tournament, chipping a chair, sometimes all you need to spin and win is on. Let's see what happens. As Johan says, 31 players remaining now. Pay jump to €3,450 has been reached.
Raise 30.
Boy, check raises to 30k from the cutoff pocket sevens.
Bitte? Hättest du gewonnen? Den Gegenstück nie nicht. Nicht?
He says almost 250k for first is very nice. Unbelievable stuff. Yeah, 1,500 plus entries in this one. Smashing the guarantee. Over 1.4 million in the prize pool and just shy of $250,000 for the winner. Beautiful stuff indeed.
Can you call the service, please?
Sorry?
Can you call the service, please?
Why raise 32? Can you put someone or call someone for raise? Okay. Six fold. Seven fold. Eight fold. One fold. Small blind is 10. It's your turn. Oh, sorry.
Andreas raised 32k with King Jack of Spades.
Breaking 10 minutes, they told me. Oh, okay.
Rafley subscribed with the Prime. Welcome, Rafley. Thank you for your subscription, sir.
Maybe I die.
Maybe.
I want a drink. Okay.
Please don't. 8 raise, 33.
Back raises 33k into hijack. 6 of clubs.
Your chips will be moved to downstairs to table 80.
Why?
So when you will come back from the break, so come to downstairs.
No, we want somebody here.
No, it's so comfortable. You're not sexy enough for TV or what?
Especially you, yes, but you know, we are just
Who come to this
Next
table?
time I'll shave, okay?
Who come to this table?
Somebody less sexy than us.
I don't. I don't leave this table. Sorry. If you want, change.
Till tomorrow, very night, you don't leave, right? Stay here no matter what. This is it.
Yeah, no, under the table. No problem. With the chips, then we go to sleep, wake up to the final.
Try to be jealous. Think of bikini thing. It's fun.
Oh, it's cool to be here. All my friends watching me. All my family.
Where are you from?
You? Good. Many people. Italy or Israel?
Hold all the way around to the button. Alessandro, King 7 of spades. Getting information as well, folks. After the break, we will have a new lineup, brand new feature table. We enjoyed the first and second frame. We've got a couple of hands to go before a 20-minute break.
Finally.
Three-way action to the flop here. Trees, 6-4 diamonds, and the King 7 of spades from Alessandro on the button. 120k in the pot. King 6 is the flop. Trips for Alessandro. Andreas with a piece of it. Just have a pair, but not looking too hot there on the King 6. He in the middle, sandwiched between the button and the big blind.
Oh, that's the thing. I've got.
Janov is actually the one who's going to bet here. Andreas is going to call. Alessandro raising 45k. Don't really understand this. Don't really like it. Just saying to his opponents he's got a bigger hand. than the smaller the big in general. Just wants to be. Seems like he can get additional value though. Why not raise? Look what's happening here. He's going to raise to 45k and get called. With the pocket trees of Yanov. In general, I just don't think he's going to be bluffing too many hands on the King 6 against two players there, but trees is going to continue. Turn is going to go check, check. Over is Queen Hearts. Yanov is going to bet 75k here on the river, and obviously as a bluff. He really feels like Alessandro doesn't have a big hand. This is a terrible run out for Alessandro. The straight gets there, the flush gets there, but with trips, you've got to pay the man. And he is going to win a nice pot, now paying the guts of 40 big blinds. 584k. Wants to see Yanov's hand. Yanov will turn over the pocket trees. Bebop last way to show 0% for the trees. I actually don't know that. Bebop, sometimes graphics don't catch up sometimes. We will have two more hands though before the break.
You had the king, yeah? Push all in, okay?
I'm not good enough yet to raise king 7, flop 2 kings, and lay down my hand with 20 bigs. I don't think.
Appreciate it.
On the other hand, 7-3 is not enough.
Sorry?
7-3 is not.
I'm better than you.
So this will be the last hand before the break, folks. Match with the ace, queen.
Oh, 33. Sorry.
It's okay.
My bad. 33.
I'm getting old, but still.
Sorry about that.
Old, but more blind. Not blind.
A little bit as well. You know, so that's why I was saying maybe there is another one and I can't see that.
Just going to raise the 33k under the gun. I'm going to call under the gun +1. I don't like this from Sven at all. With pocket trees. I have to look at that a second time just to make sure.
You're not dealing anymore.
Sorry, right?
Yeah.
Cross the desk.
They take the chips, yeah?
6 fold, sorry?
They take the chips. Table 80?
They said,
Yeah, they take the
table 80.
Wojciech is going to call with Queen Jack off suit in the big blind, it looks like. 18k for him to call. 106k in the middle. Here we go. Three-way action to the flop. 124 out there. I really don't like this from Sven. 10 bigs behind with the trees. And this Jack 10-8. And Wojciech coming out best here. So far, so good. Top pair.
Bet 34. 1 fold.
Max betting 34k. I don't even know how much I like max bet here, although against those ranges off the stack sizes, I think we can get behind betting 34k considering we've so much chips. It is a bet and a call. 192. Turn is 5 of hearts. Let's go check, and river is 4 diamonds. And now I think for Wojciech, we're going to try go for some blockerish type sizing, forward/value bet of about 40% pot, even a bit less. Maybe he wants to go a bit bigger, considering there's a lot of draws out there that miss. I would get behind betting anything up to about half pot here. Like 80k seems like a nice sizing to me.
Bet 65.
Goes for 65, yeah, even prefer that. Like the sizing from Wojciech.
Call. Showdown. Rejects. Queen.
Mac is going to call for that sizing because so many draws miss. I still don't really like the call from Mac. Blocks some of those hands that you would want his opponent to have. All right, folks, that is going to do it. We are going on a break. I'm going to see you all within 20 minutes for lots more action live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The stream table should be always smooth. Oh, wrong.
I will start.
9 players on our feature table. Average stack, well, it's about 310k. 120 odd players remain. This is the Mayo man folding the 6-5 suited connectors. This is the short stack Minerva, just under 20 bigs with ace king suited.
Yeah, we saw him raise
6k.
Off a short stack, and he's going to do the same again with ace king.
6 plus, 7 plus, 8 plus.
Ooh,
Well, dream scenario really.
Yeah.
The super aggro player Matteo, ace queen, he's going to look at the stack, do the maths and go, well, look, my biggest exposure is 100k, let's do this.
Yeah.
Let's go, let's put it in. And here is the 3-bet. Ace queen on the button.
Yeah,
and it's going to be priced in when Saskia 4-bets.
Yeah. Sometimes online players struggle with, because when you're playing online you can see exact stacks. But yeah,
I know, yeah, that's a huge difference, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you know what I reckon Armad was doing there? I could be wrong. He just wants to show. He just wants to know the exact stack size of Saskia.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd ever any intention of getting involved, but
No.
just using the opportunity to get a chip count from one of the players in a great situation. I mean, it's the dream, isn't it? With the big slick getting it all in versus ace queen.
Yeah. Yeah, Matteo did nothing wrong there. His hand, he pretty much had to 3-bet it, and once he does, he has to call it off because of the price.
And king on the flop, which means it's end of story. Bar runner for a straight, it's all over.
Yeah.
I think, I'm sure I heard Armid going, I knew you were going to shove there.
Yeah, I heard that too, yeah. Oh, there's a small chance.
Wow,
now.
incredible.
Small chance.
Well, running queens definitely would work also. And you can see Saskia, that's just not right. That is just not right, I'm sorry.
That is brutal.
Wow. Thank you so much.
That is so horrible.
Oh, that's sick.
20 big blind, my friends.
So horrible for
20 big blinds, my friends, I think is what Matteo was saying.
Yeah.
Saskia's
I mean, he's right. He's
had
right.
a
It's
brutal one.
standard, but
I mean, Saskia's seen this before, there's no doubt, he's very experienced. And, I mean, stood very accomplished good player, so he's seen a lot of funky stuff in his day. But that is a huge spot, really, isn't it? Getting close to the money.
yeah.
It's just the way it happened there, more than that.
I'm dangerous. I don't know.
And he's played. Yeah, it's great to see all the guarantees being hit.
Yeah, and I mean, there was pretty decent guarantees there, even the mixed games, which don't tend to attract big numbers. All of these guarantees getting met, which is great. So we're looking at 2 big stacks. Cecil with the real hand here on the button, but Eric Nitro going to 3-bet with the king 9 just to try and establish his presence here. He's just arrived, and the Dutchman and the big blind Raoul just gets rid of his cards and lets the 2 big boys fight it out. Some kind of setup, but Eric Nitro 3-betting. I mean, he's going to get so many hands to fold, but Ace King is never folding here.
No.
And we could see a 4-bet. It is a 4-bet there.
Yeah, it is a 4-bet.
Sizing is quite small.
Didn't quite flamboyantly as well. Now, Eric really should just be folding unless he wants to get very adventurous and 5-bet.
Well, I mean, okay, maybe 5-bet is a consideration. What kind of sizing would be going? I mean, it's going to be.
You go absolutely tiny. Like you basically, if you go tiny and represent aces or kings, you'll get quite a lot of folds. The problem is it's just so much of a stack now. I think the prudent thing here is just to wave the white flag.
Well, that's just sick. I mean, this is unbelievable stuff.
That is incredible.
I mean, what a statement. Eric Nitro, this is just, I mean, what a statement from the Italian who's just sat down. He's putting all his chips in with King 9 offsuit.
Yeah.
I'm Cecil. I mean, I'm not strong enough to make this call if I'm Cecil. I'm just going, okay, you got me. I'm not willing.
This might work though. Cecil really doesn't like this. He basically been asked to put almost all his stack in.
It's not too dissimilar to the hand we've seen between the Dutch player Raul and Matteo earlier. And it's the second time we've seen Ace King folded pre.
Wow, that is.
Well, I mean, this is just a license to kill now, isn't it, really?
Yeah. He has just been getting a lot of garbage. I mean, we did see him open Jack 10 in a relatively early position not too long ago, so I think it's mostly just a case of he's been getting absolute garbage. And I think this
is the end of the line, I think, for Filippo.
He's going to need to hit a 10.
And Mark with the jacks has him absolutely crushed. Ace Queen, Jack up. I'm putting this in if I'm Jack up. I'm sorry, I'm not. I don't care.
I have to think about how many hands am I dominated by compared to how many do I dominate, and you can imagine that.
Oh boy! Hello.
Oh my goodness.
Hello.
Okay.
Just like that.
What a time
well,
to find
the jacks are going to fold now. Mark's going to fold the jacks, and Filippo is just hating life at the moment.
Absolute carnage.
I mean, it's crazy stuff, really.
Mark,
Jordan
what is happening here?
Well, actually, Jordan is the biggest shove, 219. So it's 189 back. It's 15 bigs, right?
So, yeah, they're all on
Mark can afford this. He's going to try and convince himself he's up against Ace King, Ace King, Ace Queen.
Yeah, always a dream.
I mean, Filippo is just hating life at the moment. He just knows he's absolutely dead.
My pens are not good here.
You said fold, and can I fold face up?
Yeah,
He said, of course you can.
Ace Queen is in surprisingly good shape here. He probably thought he was close too much.
5 of spades, 3 of hearts, and 7 of clubs. And Filippo is just like going, yeah, this is so typical. Everybody picking up a hand at the table, pretty much everyone. 8 of clubs, not significant at all.
Yeah, the kings are in great
So,
shape now.
kings for Jordan, what a scenario for him. 3 on the river, nothing too funky happening. Best hand holds. He has both the short stacks covered.
Up with his pocket fours, or will we see him play loosey-goosey. That was the first moment we got to see him play any hand. Wojciech raising from the cutoff to 11,000. Mohammed calling the additional 8.5k from the small blind with King 9 of hearts. Flop is Queen 8, 7, 2 diamonds. Check from the small blind, check from the cutoff. Turn is the King of Spades. Top pair now for Mohammed, checks again. Straight draw for Wojciech. Wojciech betting 19k. Mohammed with the call. The river giving Wojciech the straight. Mohammed with the option will check, I would imagine, unless he's deciding to do some form of a blocker bet. Check from Mohammed. Now, Wojciech, how much value do I think I can get from my opponent's small blind defending range? Flop goes check, check. Turn goes bet call. And now the river. I will bet somewhere around 42k. Heard it here first. He's gone for full pot. I suppose it's a good spot to go for full pot. A lot of 2 pairs complete on this river. It'll be hard to get away from a hand as strong as King 9. We block straights, which is very important. We have top pair. Would Wojciech check back some diamonds on the flop and now bet turn and river? Big moment for Mohammed here. That is why the more I actually break this down, I prefer a larger sizing. We are polar. We've got nuts or air. Mohammed containing a 9 in his hand, with his top pair having to pay off Wojciech. Alrighty, folks, we're back. Hope you had a nice break. If you're just tuning in, it's the Eureka main event day 2. Live from the King's Resort in Razvadov. Blinds have just gone up. Small blind is now 10k. Big blind is now 20k with a 20k running big blind ante. That's 10, 20, 20. We have a brand new lineup. There's a face I recognize, Mick He there.
And 5-12.
Very accomplished player. Check out his hen and mob. We've got Nico from Germany, Ken from Germany, Mick from Denmark, Robert from Austria, Manuel from Spain, Yuri from Czech Republic, and Barcelona. The nickname is also from Germany. Who's involved in this hand with Queen Queen Deuce. Hijack has ace 10. Robert defended in the big flopping trips.
Check.
That's 3 of hearts.
Bet 70,000. 7, yeah. 8 fold.
This should be a fun table. First 2 frames, a different lineup. Interesting to see what happens here with Mick at the feature. Like he's playing a pretty decent stack of over a mil. Six players remaining with an average stack of 694. Loads and loads of chips in play for these 1 hour blinds.
You need to put the cards here like this. Must do más ovas and then cook 2.
7 fold. 8 fold.
And the lesson the card.
Current payout is 3,450.
1 fold.
Okay.
3 fold. Raise 45,000. 5 fold. And 6 fold. Heads up.
Face Jack 6 is the flop here. Nick raising on the button. He's going to put those chips to work. Raising with the 8-6 offsuit. Manuel is going to defend with 6-3 offsuit. Both players a bottom pair.
Four bet 45,000. 6 fold.
And he will take that one down with a bet. Expect to see Mick be fairly aggro at this feature table. You won't be getting too crazy out of line. He is tight, solid, aggressive player. I don't think tight is actually the right word. Solid and aggressive.
1 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold. 5 fold.
Call.
6 call. And 7 check. Thank you. Heads up. 6 check.
Jack 7 deuces, flop here, blind v blind. Manuel
7 bet.
flop in second pair. Yuri with top pair.
6 call. 6 check. Bet 45,000.
Yuri betting 45k here on the turn. Now that Manuel is checked. 9 of diamonds. Not the greatest of cards when we've got King 7. Perhaps you will see a river. For that price. But when you call the turn, you're going to be faced with a river barrel. Decent portion of the time, just decides to let it go here and now. I think that's also totally fine.
Half an hour.
I see him wearing that nice King's hat. If you are looking for some merchandise, want some additional information about the resort itself, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. We've got a great collection. It's awesome. Poker face collection. Where there's a mask sewn into the hood. So you can rob away to your heart's content. We also have, it's like a little man purse or a man's satchel for your chips, your wallet, your keys, your phone, and the likes.
2 fold. 3 fold.
I don't know if it's just for men. I retract that statement. For anyone playing at the King's Resort. Men and women. No children allowed. There's a really cool bag. It's like a tote bag for your keys, your wallet, your phone, etc. Chips, of course.
7 call. Eight raise all in. Six fold. Okay. 7 fold.
Good ace. Queen Jack tweeted.
Me too.
Queen Jack tweeted. Again the same.
Four fold. Five fold.
40.
6 raise 40,000. 7 fold, 8 fold,
Manuel raising the 40k from the cutoff, ace queen of diamonds.
Ace queen suited.
fold, 5 fold, 6 raise 40, 7 fold, 8 fold, 1 fold, and 3 fold.
I guess I'm getting all the hands in the first 20 minutes.
And Ken isn't going to be defending with the 7 deuce offsuit. I recognise Ken from some previous feature table streams. Also a player to watch out for.
Five fold, 6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold, 1 fold, and 3 folds. Six fold, 7 fold, 8 fold, 1 fold,
2 black jacks for Ken on the button. I believe he had a pretty big score here at the King's Resort this year. I could be wrong, trying to think. See a lot of faces coming in and out these doors. But he is a competent player, I know that much. He made a final table not so long ago. Ken raised the 50k on the button.
4 call,
Mick calls in the small blind, King 10 of diamonds.
heads up. Four check.
And betting 35k. Flopping top set.
Check.
Turn is a spicy one. It's the ace of diamonds. And that's going to go check, check. River is the six of spades and now a full house for Ken. Mick blocks the straight. I don't see him doing anything other than checking. We'll check. I was going to say maybe he fires out 10% pot or something like that, but not really the board to be doing it on.
Bet 300,000.
Ken's going to bet huge here, going for a bet of 300k. This is a bit overkill now with the bet size from Ken. If he thinks a hand like ace queen or ace jack, or not ace jack, we've got two jacks. Ace high type holding might pay off, then why not go for the larger sizing? I just feel like overall this kind of a bet is going to be indicating significant strength to Mick the way this is played out.
Fold.
Going to give it careful consideration before folding. I don't think he was ever calling there. Wants to let his opponent know. I'm going to go into the tank. If you're putting me to the test, I'm not just going to auto fold. Nick and Ken basically tied for the chip leader here at this feature table. Yuri then with 49 bigs. So 2 does Manuel. Barcelona with 30. Robert Strasser with 29. And Nico is the shortest stack. at this feature table, playing 14 big blinds. Blinds are still 10, 20, 20. Alan F. Poker is dropping by to say hi. What's up, Alan? How are you, mate? How are things going? How's the stream? Hope all is well. Thanks for joining us. I did see you were online, all right.
The turn was insane.
Good?
Yeah.
Takes a dedicated man to be streaming in Ireland on St. Patrick's Day. That's all I'll say. Dedicated to the cause. Avoiding the cure. Let's go. Ken raising. And says, could say the same for yourself. Oh, sure. You know the way, like. Ken raising in the cutoff. How could I miss this? Eureka. Eureka, we have found it. Main event, Alan. Almost $250,000 up top for 1K buy-in. Over 1,500 entries. 1 hour blinds. Loads of playability. So much action to call. As always next year. 7-5 deuce is the flop. All clubs. Ken with the nut flush draw. Second pair. Mick coming up short here on the button.
3 bets, 7-5. 4 calls.
You think you can call service for a cappuccino?
Can you send someone for drinks, please? Thank you.
For me.
It was 550. It was a small stake.
Alan asks, how many are we playing down to? The usual 24, I would say. There's about 4 hours to go minimum, maybe 5. 62 players remaining. Johan has declared average stacks 738,000. Hope your streaming is going a bit better, Alan. Did I see you're on 8 at 8 now? Wish you the best of luck. Wherever you are grinding.
45.
Grind on, brother. Alan says, thinks there is another Twitch streamer left in the field on the outer tables. Oh, it could be Felix. Is it Flix? X-Flix. I'm not that familiar with him, but I think I seen him the other day, or I was told about him last week. I think he was in the Mystery Bounty also. Streaming comp for the next 4 weeks. Give him hell, son. Don't let him bully you.
Bet, 35.
We'll keep an eye out for him. So, Andrei Koz, Romanian player. Of course, it's going to be a Romanian player. Makes sense. Mick with the flush here, flopping on the ace, 9, 7, all clubs. There's the 4 of hearts. You're going to check from the big blind, and now Mick with the decision. If you want to bet again, check behind for deception. He's going to bet. A bet around 100k seems good.
Four bet, 135.
Goes for 15. This sizing probably going to get Yuri out of there. Bets 135k.
One fold. Three fold. Four fold. Five fold.
Manuel with ace 3 of clubs here on the button. 46 bigs.
45.
45k to go.
Raise. 7 re-raise.
Yuri is going to make a chunky 3 bet here, it looks like. 135 plus 3x. Not as chunky as I originally thought. That's what she said. And Manuel will fold.
Nein, ich habe Ass 3. Suited. Jetzt, aber sonst immer. Ich hatte immer Ass. Ich weiß bei Gott.
58 players remaining now. Average stack getting very close to 800k, which is good for 40 big blinds currently. I wouldn't be expecting the average stack to be under 40 bigs in this much for the duration of the event, really. It just depends what way it works out, of course, but just the structure is just so good, and presented by PokerStars. PokerStars have some of the best structures out there. So it's a good marriage, the King's Resort and PokerStars all together under one roof in Rozvadov.
45. 5 fold.
I believe that means a pay jump is looming to €3,950. Mick out flopping the 8s here. Quickly goes check, check. King, queen, 5-9. Mick with the best of it. So you want to check again. Or start trying to get value from worse hands.
Oi. My king. Sorry, man. No problem. So.
Oh, you have to forward. Now I'm still bracing.
Full raise. 45. 5-6 fold. 7-8 fold. Fold. 2 fold.
Mick will take down the blinds and antes with King 10 offsuit.
That was the result, Tiger. So king anyway.
I could play them both. Could have either way.
Fold. 5-6 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold. 1 fold. 2 fold.
And Ali Chernak, who we know on this stream, we've seen him a few times, is at the table now. Queen 8-3 is the flop, and Ali with the flush draw.
Recheck. Two bet 30.
Well, he's going to bet 30k. Good shot straight, try to go with his flush draw. Ken will release.
My raise 50.
Robert raises to 50k with King Jack offsuit under the gun.
1 fold.
not going to defend with the 10-6 of diamonds. We would have seen him defend there with the king or the 10-6 suited had it not been from that player under the gun. Mick will take down the blinds and antes, raising from the small blind with king deuce offsuit. Nick with 10-4 suited on the button. Decides against it. And Robert is just going to fold Queen 9 off suit in the small blind. Too big of a fold there from Robert. Nice hand to try see a flop with at the very least. Off that stack depth, can't be giving away too many small blinds, and Queen 9 going to be way too good to just let that one go. Just gifting the big blind there. Your small blind, and gets to keep his big blind and his big blind anti-uncontested. A lot of good things can happen there with the queen and the 9. Even if we're not suited, I just think that's absurd to just fold that. Especially with about 25 bigs or so. EVHT says, not easy to play against an aggressive big blind. Yeah, indeed. But then call, and then if it gets bumped up, we can let it go. Or maybe raise ourselves if you want to get the big blind out of there. But just folding, giving a walk. There's so many other hands we can give a walk with. Just Queen 9 not going to fall into that category or into that bracket.
It was also the first time, no? I raised your blind in all day. The other table I didn't raise with one time, no? I know. Yeah, I should have. Good.
50. Four. 5, 6, 7, 4. 8, 4.
And raising to 50k here with ace 3 of hearts. Mick going to call on the hijack with ace 10 spades. King 8 deuce. 2 clubs, 1 heart. Ken wants to be continuing here. But goes for a check. He should be continuing here because although he is out of position, he's got a lot of turn cards that can increase his equity in the form of a flush draw or a straight draw. And we can still rep that we've got a king, etc. So I think there's more merit to betting than checking that flop in Ken's shoes. Now, turn. Won't be betting now. Bet about 75k. Goes for 75k. Mick might call one, even though he doesn't have a heart or a club in his hand. Mick will just let that one go and Ken will take it down. And a bet gets it through.
I was thinking the same. I don't know what is he doing. That's really fun. 4, 5, 6.
Mick won't be opening the fours from early position. See a lot of players earlier would be opening those pocket fours, and I think Mick should be opening off that stack size a decent portion of the time, but this is a different lineup.
Who is all in?
Fury opening from the cutoff and Ali shoving from the big with king queen off suit.
Raise 45. Call.
Mick raising the 45k with the Jeffries under the gun. Robert's going to call under the gun +1. Don't try that at home with just an ace-8 suited. Manuel going to call beside him. Pocket trees. Calling is contagious.
Thank you.
Ten 9-4 is the flop. Two diamonds, overpair for Mick. Manuel coming up short. Robert has some backdoors working for him. Players checking over to Manuel. He's going to give it a go here with the pocket trees. Bet 70k. I'm surprised to not see Mick bet.
5, 7, 8, 20.
Even though he is into two players, he's playing this one slightly cautiously. Now he might be going for a check raise. We're about to find out. He's asking Manuel how much he's playing behind.
820 plus this.
He's just going to call. Turn is the 6 of diamonds. He's going to check again. And now option is on Manuel. It's not a great card for the jacks. Completes the straight for some straights. And the diamond comes in. Just check back, and the river is the 9 of hearts. And now I think we go for that blockerish type sizing /value bet. But it doesn't have to be too small. Perhaps you might just go into check call mode. It's been a nice play from Mick so far. Yeah, you could just bet something around 175.
Oh, that's 215.
That looks like a little bit more. 215 is the bet. This will get called by a 10x type holding.
6 call, showdown.
Whoa.
Jacks and 9s.
Was not expecting to see that. Manuel deciding he can beat some draws and is a non-believer. Nick repping a missed draw. And those jacks would contain a lot of missed draws, like Queen Jack, etc. And that gets a call from the pocket trees. I wasn't expecting to see a call, even though Nick repping a draw there.
Thank you, guys.
A busted draw, like a busted flush draw, busted straight draw. Manuel deciding he's going to pay the man off. Mick knowing his customer down to a T there and is now the chip leader playing 86 big blinds. Ken in second place with 61 and Nico is your shortest stack playing 8 bigs. Couple of stacks in that 20 to 30 big blind range, and then Yuri is in third place with 43 bigs. It is all to play for here. The Eureka main event day 2. If you're just tuning in, it's all happening. The King's Resort live from Rosvedov. Current payout is getting close to €3,950.
Five fold. 6 fold. So 7 raise 45,000, 8 fold. One raise all in. 2 fold.
We have got action.
4 fold. How much is it?
Yuri raising and Nico shoving from the cutoff, and Yuri's going to be priced in here. I have seen some players raise fold, but this is sub 10 bigs and he can't afford it, and he will call for the additional.
107.
We do have all in and call. Ace 10 way out in the lead. 3-1 favorite. Nico needing to get lucky to stay in this main event. 390 in the pot. Just shy of 20 bigs out there. King 9-3 is the flop. Turn is the Queen of Diamonds. River is the 10 of clubs. Nico has been eliminated. Yuri will scoop those chips, now playing 54 big blinds. Looks like 56 players remaining now. 54 on the clock.
Big amount, at least 20. Thank you. Six fold, 7 fold, 8 fold, 2 fold, 3
Four call.
All in.
5 raise all in. And 4 fold. Sir?
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to do
Sir? I want to tell him that the payout is downstairs. That doesn't kill me.
Gonna wait for long.
Yeah, he's gonna wait for a whole time. Seven fold. 8 fold. 2 fold.
Downstairs.
Runtergehen für die Auszahlung. Auszahlungen da.
Danke. 3 raise, 50,000. 4 fold. 5 calls.
Ten raised to 50k in the cutoff at 8-7 of diamonds. Robert's going to call in small, queen 10 off suit. Manuel with ace 5 off suit, and the big is going to raise it up.
195.
3-bet to 195, leaving himself with 19 big blinds behind. Nice squeeze spot here for Manuel. He's shown propensity to be aggro and not afraid to put chips across the line. And the shy bear don't get no honey. He's got a nice hand to do it with the ace blocker.
Three fold. And 5 fold. Chips, please.
Nice pickup for Manuel.
New blinds, 10,000, 20,000, 20,000 big blind hand. 25, yeah.
Bebop says really quick all in there. Was a quick all in.
Maybe that's the also. One take. You know.
We're almost there. Eight fold. Two fold. Three fold. 4 fold. Five raise, 75,000. 6 fold, 7 fold. fold. Three raise 50,000. 4 fold. 5 call. 6 fold.
Ken going for the min raises. The blinds have just gone up. Small blind is 10k, big blind is 25k with a 25k running big blind ante. That's 10, 25, 25. Ken going to min raise with the jack 10 of clubs from early position. Robert is going to call in the cutoff with ace jack off suit, and Barcelona in for a penny, in for a pounding. Flicks in the additional 25k with just the 8-4 off suit. These are the kind of hands that can really get you in trouble, even if you're getting really good odds to see a flop pre multi-way. The 8-4 offsuit is not going to cut the mustard. 10, 6, 8, 3 is the board. Ken with the best of it. Top pair, jack kicker. Once the flop is checked through, I think we have a clear value bet now on the turn. You can bet about 100k. Goes for 100k. Robert gets out of there. Now Barcelona with the decision. Does get rid of his hand. Nice that he didn't lose any additional chips, but such a problem hand there when we're off suit with such a bad kicker. Debbie says there is a lot of money out there. I believe they're stressed like hell. Yeah, what an opportunity it is for all these remaining players to come back tomorrow and play for €250,000 from a 1k buy-in. Unbelievable stuff. I'm not surprised, and we are entertained. We'll see what you're saying, Debbie. The pressure is on indeed. A lot of these players won't have played for this kind of money before. And having got through a field of over 1,500 now, they will really be feeling the pinch. King 3-3 is the flop. Blind v blind. Ali with 10-8 of hearts. Barcelona. King Queen of hearts. Top pair. Really nice kicker for Barca. He's going to bet.
Raise 55, 5 fold, 6 fold, 7 calls.
Mick raises. It's interesting that we've seen Mick folding the pocket fours in a slightly later position with a similar stack size, and now we see him opening the pocket fours from under the gun. That's why I found it interesting that he chose to fold them a few hands ago, and now he's opening them. I expected to see him open them the previous occasion, but here we go. Here we're going to call in the cutoff. Barcelona could just call here, but because Mick is going to be raising pretty light in general with this kind of stack size, not like overly loose, but ace queen going to be more than good enough to just ram a jam this one from the button with all that money up for grabs. Really nice pick up there. You see how much he takes down, 170k.
Five raise 75. 6 fold, 7 fold. Eight call. 2 fold. 3 fold, 4 fold. Heads up.
Robert raised the 75k from under the gun with ace 10 off suit. Barca going to call in the cutoff. I think this is a bit loose from Barca considering Robert chose full 3x sizing from under the gun. Now he's going to bet one big on the queen 10 deuce. And now we have the option to just call or raise. I think both options are fine. Surprised to see Robert bet so little considering he raised the full 3x to 75k pre. Turn is the deuce of clubs. Robert's just trying to control the size of the pot out of position. But it will look pretty strong considering he was under the gun. Bets 75k, bets 25k, now bets 30k and smiles at his opponent. 290k in the pot. If I'm Barcelona, I'm calling. Let's see a river. I'm getting almost 10 to 1 on my money here. Let's see a river. Cry me a river. River is the 8 of clubs. Is he going to do the same again? Don't believe it. Bets 40. And Robert snaps them off. And they will show the same hand. Boring. I know it was not too boring, of course. But if someone's betting into me like that, 75k, 25k, 30k, 40k, and the river there, I'm not too convinced I'm winning with just ace 10. We'll be very happy to see that his opponent had the same hand. And the world will keep on spinning.
Yeah, must be right. Yeah,
Ausbluffen.
Ich denke, du hast getan. Du hast sicher getan.
6 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold. 2 fold. 3 raise 60.
BVHT says, please don't jinx the world. I didn't know I was that unlucky, BV. I'll try do better next time, buddy. Ken going to raise to 60k. And Mick with the goods here in the small blind. 2 red aces. We've got action.
4 raise 190.
And we will have a new player at this table soon. And it's a bit of a stud. Andre Kalenciu from Romania. Am I right in saying that's the Twitch streamer? Please let me know in the chat. Be sure I've seen this guy before. Three bet to 190 from Mick. Three bets to 190.
What's up?
Ken is going to call this pot. 430k in the middle as we see the flop of Jack 7, 4, 2 hearts. These two tangling, know each other's games very well. Two of the players to watch out for at this feature table before Andre gets here. Let's bet 130. Mick seems like is trying his best not to smile. He's composing himself now that he's being called. This pot's spiraling to almost 700k. And now, if I'm Mick, I'm just betting an amount that sets up a river jam. 5 of spades hits the turn. Bet something around half pot. Even $250,000. Interesting to see what sizing he goes with here. 270.
4 bet. 290. 200.
290 is the bet. Sexy stuff here from Mick. Really nice sizing that he chooses to set up the river jam. Now for Ken. Really tough spot here with eights. Does have a straight draw, and there is only one overcard to his pair out there, and there's 2 flush draws on board. This is one of the bigger hands we have seen all day. Ken is going to call second time. 1.3 million in the pot now, and just 630k behind for Ken. River is the 9 of clubs. It's not the greatest card in the deck for aces. I don't believe it's going to slow Mick down. Spades miss, hearts miss, some straight draws miss. That 9 of clubs is going to complete 2 pair hands. Some straights, although in a 3-bet pot they're less likely. So Mick is just going to shove. And Ken has called that off really fast, because he blocks a lot of those aforementioned straights, and he beats all those flush draws that contain spades or hearts. So he has just called it off, and that is a monster pot gone in the direction of Mick. He there.
Christmas, no? Christmas. Huh? Christmas present, no?
Sometimes.
I thought he had at least queens. For Instacall, you know, at least queens.
And Mick is running this table now. 114 bigs. Yuri with 39, Barcelona 28, Manuel with 27, Robert with 19, and Ali with 18. We're about to get Andre from Romania. That's gonna mix things up. He only has a total live earnings of 11.5k, but he is getting some shout outs in the chat from Yoda Code, etc. Perhaps he is a stellar player online. The current payout is €3,950. Manuel is going to complete in a small 10-3 offsuit. And Yuri is going to bump it up here with A6 of diamonds.
They're gonna break one more table. Yeah. Difference 1, 2 player, you can continue.
Yeah,
It's 3, then you start on the next 3. Raise. 4 fold. 5 fold. 6 no fold.
Ali raises to 60k here with ace queen offsuit. Takes it down.
Seven raise, 60. Fold. Fold. No way. Raise 55.
Barcelona raising to 55k is going to get stuffed on from Ali in the small blind. Barcelona will fold.
Nice hand. Looks very nice. Ace, ace. 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 Ace 3. Ace 5.
Ace tomorrow.
Ace 4, yeah.
It's a big enough fold there by the King Jack suited. If we had 15 bigs or less, I think we can stack off there comfortably enough. But when it's 20 and it's for our tournament life, pretty much, I think we just have to edge pass. And if we're getting exploited on that occasion, then so be it. If it kept persisting, I would find it very hard to raise call, even if it is King Jack suited.
Hello. fold. One raise 50.
Andre is our other new player at the table. Andre is not here yet, so Drozd raising from the hijack, pocket eights. Manuel giving a walk. Yuri. Draws under the gun.
One raise 50. Four and five fold. Six fold. Seven fold. Eight fold. Three players. Eight check. Six fold. Eight fold.
Takes down the blinds and antes, the new player at the table.
Four fold.
Robert is going to just call from the hijack off 16 bigs. I would way prefer to use this as a min raise. Going to get himself in trouble, especially when we're not even suited. Manuel is going to call behind in the cutoff.
One check. 3 flags. Check. 5 check. 6 bet 40.
10-7 deuce is the flop. Draws second pair. Manuel's going to bet 40k. Good shot, straight draw. Bob gets out of the way. Turn gives, draws a flush draw to go with his pair.
Bet 100.
Manuel bets 100k. After draws, I think we just call a second time. No need to bump it up, and we're certainly not folding. We're off to the river with 400k in the pot. River is another 10. Draws is going to check. Now this was a limp pot pre. Manuel can't win by checking. If he wants to get his opponent to fold at 7 or something to that effect, decides against it. I think Manuel might want to jam that one, but it is a terrible river considering it pairs the board. Hard for us to rep once we've limped behind pre as well. We can't really here, can we? We took 7 to fold. So maybe he just saved himself chips.
Raise 60.
Mick raises to 60k with ace-5 suited. Manuel is going to shove with 2 red jacks. The Jeffrey for 400k total. Look how much chips Nick has. Over 100 bigs, close to 3 million. This is going to be too much heat for him to withstand here. Manuel's just going to pick up the blinds and antes and mix open. But it's a nice pickup nonetheless, adding 120k to his stack, playing over 20 bigs once more.
Clear my cards?
start with the big blind.
Gjorde du det? Jeg er lige dobbelt med den. Fik fuld betaling. S mod 8. Hvad?
Unfortunately, you're gonna stay there.
Nogle gange virker det. Så prøve. Dobbelt sig.
Oh, good evening, Dario. Tired. You?
One raise it.
Draw's going to raise on the button. Pocket fours.
Heads up. 3 blind check. One check.
There is Andre. Welcome to the table, buddy. Playing just over 20 bigs. Draw's going to check back on the turn. And he's going to hope he's just winning the showdown with pocket fours. And he'll be happy to take that one down. Now crossing the 1 million chip mark. Ollie on the button, Queen Jack off suit. As Johan says, see you all within 3 weeks. Enjoy the stream with Action Man Dan. Johan, thanks a million for all your help, buddy. Much appreciated. Enjoy your holidays, and I will see you on the other side, sir. Take care. Making the big blind with ace-10 suited. I think we just re-jammed this one. Put all the pressure back on Ali. And suddenly, guys, we've got a few very competent players at this table. And it says, Dan, how are you today, my friend? I'm extremely sober for Paddy's Day, but wasn't going to miss the opportunity. Didn't want to miss out on the action for the Eureka main event, and what a day it's been so far. So I'm pretty good, all things considered. Hope you're enjoying your St. Patrick's Day today. And it says we don't have St. Patrick's Day in the Netherlands. Well, you've got other green things, don't you? And what is Robert doing here? It looks like he is just folding, even though Mick just completed. Robert didn't want to play his hand.
What happened? I limbered and he folded.
Mick with the ladies won't be happy with that outcome.
Not really.
That's the way she rolls sometimes.
Really?
Yes.
What a time.
It was.
Okay, now I need to steal my friend.
It was good trap.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Today?
The land of abundance, and it's lots and lots of green grass.
Queens.
Could be worse. You do like your beer in Holland too, though. You just don't have St. Patrick's Day, but like, I'm sure you celebrate it in some way. And it says he's fasting. Ramadan. I've done a very long fast before the last wedding I went to. I don't know how many days. Now, I was eating nibbles and stuff. I wasn't doing a proper fast, but I lost like 12 pounds or something, the guts of a stone, and then I'll probably put it all back on. I've been afraid to go on the scale since, and I haven't done. I started back in the gym last week, but I've done one session this month, so I'm hoping to improve on that. Anyway, back to the action. Gonzalez going to check it down with Droz, and Droz will take that one down with ace high. And it says fasting is very good for your body. It sure is. Good for resetting everything. Mind, body, and the soul. And it says he's going to play the festival series. Is that a nice series, Dan? Which series is this, sir? Queen 4 deuce is the flop here. Cut off against big blind. First of May. Oh, the Rozvadov series, is it? That's a lot of weeks away. But I assure you, if it's on the schedule, it's well worth playing. I'm going to have a look here. Oh yeah, $1 million guaranteed. Don't want to miss that. A good few months away yet. Best of luck if you're giving it a go. Mick destroying the field here. Draws is the closest to him in chips with 44 bigs, and the rest facing draws. Never mind Mick. That was some pot. I think the pocket eights of Ken had decided on the turn that on a non-spade heart or on a non-spade river, he's just going to stack off.
One fold. Two fold. Two fold. Four fold. 5, 6 fold. Seven raise 65.
It's very difficult to fold when you've made your mind up on the turn. When it just comes a 9, it doesn't really affect much. Like it does, because it completes straights and 2 pairs and sets and whatnot. But I think he'd realized that a lot of overcards containing spades or backdoor hearts are going to continue jamming as they should, and a man of mixed caliber is going to have a lot of bluffs there, and the 8 blocks the straight significantly. Don't know how important that is, but he just thinks if he's not against a jack, he's not worried about the 9, that he's not really looking at too many hands he's losing to, unless it's an overpair, happened to be an overpair, and it cost him his tournament life. I will say though, Mick looked pretty strong by his body language in that hand. Just a little smirk on the flop. Maybe I'm overanalyzing it. Just seemed like the smirk went away then on the turn. On the flop with his small sizing. Both of those players involved would know each other's game. Sometimes it's hard to not kind of smile at your opponent or give something away. You're betting 135 here on the turn. BV with a very good comment there. When you give a lot of action, you get a lot of action. Yeah, it's not their first rodeo playing against each other, that's for sure.
Two fold. Three fold.
It was a 3-bet pop pre-Debbie, yeah. Open 3-bet call. Bet flop, bet turn, jam river. Out of position.
5 fold.
Jack 7, 5, 4, 9 was board. 2 hearts, 2
6 raise all in.
spades. and an offsuit 9 arrived on the river.
Seven fold, 8 fold, 1 fold.
Debbie says, well, it's going to cards beat your 8s on that river anyway. Yeah, I understand, but the 9, although it completes some straights, we have 2 8s that significantly block that, and it's unlikely that Mick would have hands that would complete the straight there, the way the hand played out. But he's just fairly nutted to overpairs, and then if he doesn't have overpairs, he's going to have busted straight draw, busted flush draw in the spades or the hearts variety, and therefore he's made up his decision. If he calls the turn, he's going to have to call the river. So if he, it's very hard for him to call and then fold the river because he's so much of a stack invested. So he's sort of made up his mind because he called on the river, and I think that some players just do that to not tank for too long and then talk themselves out of calling. Two very accomplished players, so Ken knows this, knows that Mick is capable of bluffing in that spot, and he's just decided, I've too much invested. If I call the turn and call the river, calls the turn and then calls the river in epically fast fashion, and it's GG to Ken.
Fold. 5 fold. 6 fold. 7 raise, 55, 8 fold.
Here he raises from the hijack, Queen 10, offsuit. Draws down the button with pocket 8.
1 raise. 130.
Now it's time to have a handball.
He's going to 3-bet to 130.
Not like this.
Fold. 7 fold.
And draws will take that one down with 3-bet. Small 3-bet sizing, but it didn't matter. The Queen 10 offsuit not going to continue. Debbie says, like, out position could have ace jack suited and 3-bet and 3 from the small blind versus the button range. Yeah, could easily have a lot of hands that we beat with the 8, and we could easily be losing to a chunk as well. Sometimes You live by the sword, you've got to die by it. And he took his stand on that occasion. And although that might seem pretty light to some of the viewers, I understand it. It's not the first time I've seen something like that. Now, Ali is just going to straight up rip from the button. I prefer to raise call with a hand as strong as Ace King suited from the button here off 15.5 bigs. But I do understand that this deep in the tournament, you just want to raise. You don't want to raise and get into some awkward situations. I'm all for ripping sometimes, but I just think with nearly 16 bigs, we want to just raise this one, especially into someone who's very capable of rejamming light from the small blind, and especially Mick in the big is going to be rejamming with all those chips. With although it'll be a condensed range, it's going to be a lot wider than Ace King suited.
Fold. 8 fold. 1 fold.
And we will have a 15-minute break after this hand. Live for 7 hours now, and still at least 2 more levels to go. Still to go to 50 players remaining.
3, 4 fold. And 5 fold.
All right, folks, that's going to do it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with lots more action in 15 minutes for the Eureka main event day 2. See you all in a few moments.
Clement is thinking about this. Like, his hand is good enough to shove here if there was no ICM. Instead, he's gone for the raise, which allows him to raise fold just near the bubble. Yeah, I quite like this play because most of the hands that will shove over his raise, he's going to be in bad shape against. And if just the big blind calls, he has a very nice hand, which plays well.
Albert makes the call. Angelo gets out of the way. Christian folds the king 4 off, and now action with Lord Mulligan. He's going to be pulling the 10-3 in the junk.
6 pass. 7 pass.
Interesting small blind. Ace 8. Snap folds, and now Filippo. 8 deuce.
This dude's suited, like, it's a pretty looking hand, but we're very near the bubble, and this near the bubble you're not going to want to get it in when we're already in the money. You'd be more likely to fall there. And Clement's going to feel great about this now. He's going to be happy to go with this. He has less than 2 times stack left behind. He's hit top pair. He's probably going to just bet and call if there's a raise, and probably shove the turn if it's a call. I don't know, please. He's just called. Interesting.
Well, I mean, Albert's going to go with this.
Yeah, now Albert has a flush draw, not flush draw, and a gut shot as well. Clement has 2 pairs, so the fact he's hit 2 pair doesn't change all that much. I guess he's pulled ahead of ace. Well, no, he was already ahead of ace queen, so yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh boy, sick there. But Albert here, I mean, the raise
Albert
on the
has
flop, I just didn't expect the raise.
Yeah. Albert tends to cover, so I think Clement is actually debating whether this is even a call now. He does make a call though. He had clock called on them there as well. They're so close to the money that it's possible Clement is stalling a little bit, trying to maximize the chance of getting the money.
I mean, I want to see a 3-bet there or fold for sure. And this is one of the reasons why, because Filippo here, I think, will be 3-betting. Coming out from the small blind, this ace-jack suited certainly is a 3-bet candidate.
Yeah, sure. We can see he's in amazing shape. He's dominating both opponents. As I said, I played with Filippo in Vegas, and he's a very, very good player. So he's thinking through all the permutations now. Unfortunately for him, he is covered by both players, so he would hate to bust at this point. But yeah, he's gone for the 3-bet.
I can make it, you know, it's an easy fold if it gets shoved back in his face.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
3-bet to 70k.
Yeah. This should be a fairly routine fold, and it is. So, good pick up from Filippo there. Oh, Mark's still in the hand with 4-3 suited.
I didn't even know Mark was in the hand with the 4-3 suited. I think, you know what, I think maybe Christian opened there, did he? With the King-Jack?
Yeah, I think the Queen-Jack opened and the King-Jack flatted, and then I guess the 4-3 flatted as well.
Yeah, but who opened with the Queen-Jack? Oh, Albert opened. Albert opened with the Queen-Jack, you're right. And then the King-Jack flatted. And then this price Mark in with the 4-3 suited.
Yeah, Mark's gone.
No way. Are you looking at this? This is crazy,
really
Darren.
This is absolutely.
I mean, this is unbelievable.
Yeah, he covers Filippo, so he's basically saying to Filippo, like, you want a bubble now.
Is it?
It's a fold, yeah. It's an ICM fold now. It's horrible, but you're going to have to ICM. You fold for ICM reasons. You just can't risk bubbling at this point. Like, you can see even when Mark has such a dreadful hand as he has, he still has 38%. You don't want to put yourself in the spot where you're bubbling the tournament 38% of the time when you have a comfortable stack.
Good point, Dara. Even though Filippo could be ahead here, he's probably not ahead by much, as
yeah, you're just not far enough ahead when you consider the ICM. The confusing thing for Filippo is he absolutely knows Mark can't really have a hand here, because he wouldn't flat a very strong hand after an open and a call. So he knows that this is just nonsense, but at the same time, he only has ace jack.
It's what kind of knowledge these guys have of each other. That's
Pretty sure he's gonna let this go.
It's very close, but he does fold. And what a move by Mark. Now, if I'm in Mark's seat, I'm showing the 4 high. Absolutely. It's not worth it otherwise.
Yeah.
Which makes him an absolute monster stack. Averages around 600k.
Yeah.
This is Albert once again.
Once again, he opens and covers up immediately. Our man beside him looks interested, but he only has queen 10, so he might fold, and he does.
Lord Mulligan with the suited connectors, small blind position. I guess he just lets this go.
Yeah.
But Mark will be seeing a flop here. Pocket pair, reasonable
We've seen
call.
one of his sixes dead, so. Probably just check calls now.
Well, interestingly, donk leads here.
This is interesting, yeah.
Albert with top.
Yeah,
So easy call here for Albert.
Yeah.
Well, he actually
Albert,
raised.
he's decided to raise. I guess he's worried about draws, gut shots, those types of hands. Guess Mark will get the message now that his sixes aren't good. Or not.
What's going on, Derek?
This is very interesting. Yeah, this is. Mark 3-bet and Albert has called. Or no, he's thinking of calling. Yeah, I don't understand this 3-bet at all. I don't know what's going on here. Now any doubts Albert had are long gone. Mark has effectively been counterfeited. This is pretty erratic from Mark. This might be a case of late night tiredness.
I mean, just from nowhere, this pot is completely blown up.
Yeah.
And Albert's just taking a flat calling. That's the crazy thing about this. He's
no way.
Yes, that's a fact. I'll put a bet with you. He's just going to flash.
I believe you, but you have to raise here and get value from a 9.
But there's just a flat call. It's just the way Mark played it.
Yeah.
And Albert is just absolutely stunned. And what a gift.
Yeah.
Does make way for Martinson, who's not going to get super out of line with this Queen 4 offsuit on the button. He's going to allow Adamski to create some action from the small blind.
He is covered by the big blind.
The big blind, before Adamski even asked, is like, hey, get the big chips up front, I want to see. Does that play in your mind, Randy, that
well,
Nojbau's going to have a hand? Oh, he does have a hand.
Jammed.
And he's going to find out it's 20 bigs. And 6 is Randy. Surely too much of a hand to fold.
I think this is too much. There we go.
Flicks it in, and Adamski's going to be delighted to see he's flipping. So many of the snap calls were dominating him. Huge flip out of nowhere. 2.7 million chips. Adamski just ripping 20 bigs. Getting action.
Yeah, this escalated quickly once he asked how many big chips you got, even though action wasn't to him yet. But here we go, 2 flop. Safe for the 6s.
9-9-4. Adamski needing to find some paint. Or running straight. Turn of no use. 1 card from elimination.
Needs that queen or jack for Adamski to stay in here. And that's the end.
It is GG's for Adamski.
Seven fold, 8 fold. Ich glaube, ich war auch gut eben, wo ich Ass getroffen habe. Bestimmt. Aber ich habe Trauma von ihm, von vorhin. Zweimal hat er mich. Ich stehe voll. Diese Dame Bube, ne? Und Ass Bube.
Thinking.
How much you have? Millions. Millions. 440.
440. 3 fold. Four raise, 70,000.
All in.
5 raise all in. 280?
All right, folks, we're back. First hand back. Robert is shoving from the small blind for what looks to be about 12 bigs total. Now, under normal circumstances with this amount of chips, I wouldn't be against. Oh, I thought it was small against big. Mick just raised folding. Wanted to know exactly how much it was. Never mind my thought there. Welcome back. I was going to say, if he shoves 12 bigs, blind v blind with that much chips, you might consider calling with a hand like King 4 suited, but maybe not against that player. Current payout is still €3,950 with about 45 players remaining now. Small blind is still 10k, big blind is still 25k. With a 25k running big blind ante, that's 10, 25, 25. Barcelona is all in, all under the gun. Quite a large jam for 16 bigs or pocket sevens. I think this is a bit overkill to be shoving this many blinds under the gun with a hand as strong. 7 pair. Do not want to get called. Now he does take down the blinds and antes and adds 75k to his stack, but the risk against reward there, not so great. You're going to see Mick be very aggro as we get closer and closer to bagging and tagging and coming back with the opportunity to play for €250,000, just shy of tomorrow. With all these chips, expect to see him being very active and involved in a lot of pots. Such a big event with over 1,500 entries, 1.4 million in the prize pool. It is all to play for. Mick knows this. He's been here before. It's not his first rodeo. He's plenty of results. Total live earnings of 420k and counting. Hope you're all enjoying the show wherever you're watching from. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the Eureka main event day 2. The last few hours of live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. And look at this. Barcelona deciding to get it all in here, and he is way behind, just 16% equity to remain in this event, and Mick set to win another pot of almost 1 million. Turn is 7 of diamonds. The river is the jack of clubs, and Mick has eliminated Barcelona. Is now playing 3.3 million. Good for over 110 big blinds. Unlucky for Barcelona, not much to do there. Mightn't have just got it in on the flop though. Probably just call. I think the result's going to be the same, so it doesn't really matter what he did. Mick going to get active here with ace jack offs too from under the gun. Here he's going to 3-bet the 200k in the cutoff. Ace queen of hearts, and Mick going to be forced to let this one go, I think. Does take that one down with a 3-bet. That ace-jack suited, or ace-jack offsuit, is not going to play well. Once 3-betted, he is 3-betting an under the gun open, and it's not just any under the gun open. It's coming from Mick, who's playing an amazing amount of chips with the blinds just going up to 15, 30, 30.
10 more. Perfect.
And over 100 bigs.
6, 7, 4. 1, 2, 4. Minimum. He's close. All close. 5 in. Empty good. One raise, 65. 2 fold. 3 fold. 4 and 5 fold.
Draw's going to raise to 65k from the hijack, takes down the blinds and antes with the king-9 offsuit. Eureka is going to open, Draws is going to call. Pocket 9s for Manuel. And I would much rather see Manuel re-jam this one from the big blind. It's just a really nice spot to do it. But having said that, it's an under the gun and under gun +1. I actually take that back to a certain degree. Easy when we can see the cards. I just think there's been so many loose opens that the 9s are still going to be printing as a jam, but we don't know what the player, or we know what the players don't know on the King 7 deuce here. I think it's fine to just flick it in because that under the gun +1 range is going to be very strong. So I actually prefer to call in the big, but if I had all the information that we have back home and I'm sitting there, I would probably just jam the 9s. Considering the under the gun and under gun +1 playing the guts of 40 bigs to start the hand each. And in a tournament like this, when we're getting close-ish to bagging and tagging, taking the conservative route is probably the better of the two options. I see merits to both. And now you're just in a world of hurt. You're in no man's land. You don't know what to do with your nines. Under the gun checks. Draws going to bet 90k. And Manuel, he's just going to let it go. I think he needs to see a turn card there.
Oh, I so want to go see this hand. I so want to see this hand. You wanna see it?
About 42 players remaining now.
Then I wouldn't like it, but I would call. Good job, Jax. Something like that.
Oh, page jump looming, and it's a nice one. Difference will be between €3,950 to €4,510.
Der er god tid. Er de stadig med? Er 18 stadig med? One fold. Two fold. Three fold. Four fold. Five fold.
Robert Chasser, 13 bigs on the button with Queen Jack suited, is just going to limp. I think his hand play is way better as a min raise or just a straight up jam.
Six call.
Having said that, he's got a really, really nice hand to see a flop with. Yuri, a pocket fours. I'll probably just shove all in. And see, this is the problem with Robert's limp. Now he's got a hand that has a ton of equity, and he's just probably going to fold because he doesn't want to call it off for his tournament life with just queen high, albeit suited with the jack. It's one of the prettiest hands in the deck and is one of the best hands to crack even aces. So I think that that's a big mistake by Robert. I just want to shove that one on the button if I'm sitting there with 13 bigs.
Fold. Four raise, 70. Five fold. Six fold. Fold. Okay. All the time when I raise.
Got a good ace?
No, I say when I raise, all the time I'm nervous for you push.
Have a good turn to push. You will see later, but
I believe you. Just,
you lost this chance.
I just feel like every time it's.
Well, because you are the one that is opening with a wider range, so
Of course, yeah.
it's more to think.
More possible to that you shot. Yeah. Makes sense. Fold, five, fold.
Manuel is going to raise from the cutoff with ace-9 offsuit. Yuri on the button. Manuel just has 12 bigs behind Yuri with jack-10 suited. I'm not sure what the stack sizes are behind him, but if they're sub 20 bigs, he could just opt to jam this one. It's a really nice hand, though. I prefer to see a flop. Does Pascal? Look at this. It's a good thing he did just call. Ali, the golden opportunity to rejam here with the two red ladies. Sub 20 bigs. Facing an open in the cutoff and a call on the button. Does just take it down with a jam. Nice pickup for him. Albeit he wanted some action with those ladies.
One raise 65.
Someone's looking to know how many are left. Roughly 42 players remaining. There's a page on Blooming of about €500. Next payout is $4.5 grand. We're playing down to 24 players tonight, and we're going to come back after they've bagged and tagged tomorrow and an earlier time of 13:30 Central European time. So that's 1:30 in the afternoon. We are on a 30-minute delay. Draws is going to bet 65k with Jack 8 of clubs. Mick's going to call with top pair, queen kicker. Turn is the ace of clubs. Draws picking up additional equity here in the form of a flush draw. Good barreling opportunity here. Wants to bet about 200k. Goes for 190. And for Mick, I need to see a river to be fully convinced and beat here. I'm going to call a second time with 2 flush draws on board, straight draws on board. Draws is well capable of firing multiple barrels, as we've seen. And Mick has all the chips, so I think he's got a call here. Those calls 685 in the pot now, and we are going to see a river. There is the 9 of spades. Mick checks again. Now, has draws got another barrel in the tank? I think he wants to bet quite large if he's going to get Mick to fold. Something around 450k, 420.
Hello, guys.
He's got 935.
325. Welcome, sir. Thank you.
He goes for 325. I think he wanted to bet closer to pot. I think somewhere around even $500,000 into a bet of, or a pot of 685. This 325 is just going to be giving Mick too good of odds. Depends what he makes of his opponent betting flop, turn and river. Well, I expect we will see a call from Mick here. He hasn't really put a foot wrong, and he's getting a great price. Sometimes you just need to pay the man. He's got the chips to be wrong. Busted hearts miss as well. Some busted straight draws. Although we block some of those with the queen in our hand, we unblock some draws as well. We would prefer if we didn't have king of clubs in our hand, a different king, and then that would give some extra flush draw combinations that miss. It does look like a milky sizing, but it just increases the odds for Mick to call it. I feel like Mick either will sniff this one out.
4 call. Go down.
There you go. Does call.
Let's go.
Thank you, guys. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, hello.
New player at the table is going to be our shortest stack. Uksan. Playing 9 big blinds. 285k.
6 fold.
Also had another thought about that previous hand, that
7 raise 60.
an overbet rip on the river.
1 fold, 2 fold.
An overbet rip on the river might be the sizing to get the job done. I'm not sure what the ideal sizing is there against Mick, considering he's well capable of calling light. Against a different player, you could get away with a smaller sizing, but I think somewhere closer to pot might be just enough to get him to fold. It just depends on how it looks to Mick. If he's made his mind up he's calling, then he's just going to call anyway. If we're going to play our hand that way, I think we should bet the turn slightly larger to set up a river jam. That's the way I would play it, personally. The pressure is on out there. You can cut the tension with a knife. He's just trying to not risk too much of his chips. A lot of players would fold second pair in that situation. Mick's just not one of them.
3 fold. 4 fold. 5 fold.
Respect. This here is not so cold.
No, it's good temperature.
It's not so cold here.
That's worse.
Yes,
also the chairs are horrible. At least for longer time.
8 fold. 1 fold. 2 fold, 3 fold. 4 fold.
Mick now approaching 4 million in chips. This is no joke. Nearly 140 big blinds. Incredible stuff for Mick Heather so far today. Everything going in his direction. So much momentum. It's going to be hard to stop. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we've got all in and call. Manuel turns over king, queen off suit, and Yuri with the ace 10.
Needs to be perfect.
What?
It needs to be perfect.
There's people watching.
810k in the pot. Ace queen 6 is the flop. Yuri with the best of it. Manuel needing a king or a queen, or he will be eliminated. Unlucky to run into a hand in the big blind with king queen in the small, but that's the way she goes. Turn is the 8 of spades and just 5 outs now as we hit the river. That's not one of them, it's the 7 of hearts. Manuel Gonzalez has been eliminated. Yuri will scoop those chips. Now playing 50 big blinds. I believe that means the pay jump has been reached. And if not, we are about one elimination away from it. Next payout is €4,510.
One fold. 2 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold. 5 fold. 7 fold.
I never got vote today. That's the first time.
This first time?
Yes, the first time, really.
Yes, thank you. Legal entities, 30,000, 30,000. Raise, sit on that. And 3 fold. Raise 160, 5 fold, 7 fold.
Mick running hot, 3-betting 160 here, facing the under. They're going to open the valley. Mick with the ace king off suit. Take that one down.
Fold. 4 fold, 5 fold. Seven raise 65, 8 fold, 1 fold, and 2 folds. Four fold. 5 raise all in, 7 fold, 8 fold.
Be a good hand.
Robert shoving ace-9 suited.
2 fold.
10 bigs. And this is going to get called by ace-king suited in the big blind.
3 all in. Showdown.
655 in the pot. 3-1 favor for the ace-king against the ace-9 of Robert. Running into it.
That's a good hand.
Yeah. $305.
350.
Three, 6, 3 is the flop. Turn is the king, and that seals the deal for Robert. Andre
Comeback is real.
gets a nice double up there and is now playing 705k, wearing an 888 poker jumper. I heard he's one to watch out for. Now he's got some extra newfound gold to put to work. Ace queen into hijack. 9 bigs. Gonna be shoving this one.
Eight raise all in. $285. One raise all in. 2 fold.
This is going to get called by draws with the ace king. He rejams. Ten eight deuce is the flop. Suksan very unlucky to run into it. Draws needing a hold, but the turn is the lady in the night. Black lady on the turn, and now draws just 19% as we hit the river. And it doesn't arrive.
One for me to raise. And trivial simple.
Can you add them to get the screen back up?
Sure.
Thank you.
To take it forward, the screen is off again. The screen for the blinds. The TV is off. We have 13 minutes left on this clock. 13 minutes.
13 minutes.
I can see it.
I can see it on the laptop, but a little bit harder.
The current payout now is €4,510. We're less than 15 eliminations away from the bagging and tagging, so bear that in mind. Things could get a bit cagey as we reach that point. It is that time of the night though.
Three fold. 4 fold. And 7 fold. 6 please.
Sorry.
There you go round. Sorry? fold. 4 fold. 7 and 8 fold.
Ali going to take this one down with a min raise from the hijack.
Fold. 3 fold. 4 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold.
Do you know when it starts tomorrow? Yeah. I'll ask the question. Yeah, yeah, sure. I know stress.
I think around 2.
Just curious.
It's still 40,000. I can see 9 minutes left. Oh, the fold is
Making the hijack, queen jack offsuit.
raise. 70,000, 7 fold, 8 fold.
Raises to 70k.
1 fold. Set.
Ali just going to let it go. If it's suited, make defend, but the king 5 offsuit just going to go in the muck.
Fold. 5 fold. 7 fold, 8 fold, 1 fold. Raise 75,000.
Ali raised to 75k here with the queen 8 offsuit and a small blind. Again, I'm not the biggest fan of this sizing because it's only 2.5x, 45k more for Andre to call. And he should just call here with king 6 offsuit.
3 folds.
Decides to let it go. Getting too good of a price to not at least see a flop.
5, he raised 67 fold, 1 fold, 2 fold, 3 fold, and 4 fold. So you can leave that for
And another new player at the table, Dennis. Going to take that one down with the pocket sixes.
Oh, this is tough, I kept it from the left. So you just need to do the big blind. Yeah. 7 fold, 8 fold. 1 fold, 2 fold. 3 raise, 65.
610.
Andre Queen 10 offsuit on the button, raises to 65k.
8 fold, 1 fold, 2 fold, 3 fold,
'Mick on the button with ace 4 offsuit.
4 raise, 70,000.
Raise to 70k. Yuri with 5s in the big blind. Just wants to call this one. But she against Mick.
And 7 fold, heads up.
Maybe just fold pre against Mick today. Clock is going to go check on 10-8-9. Diamonds and spades. Out there now with 3 of spades hitting the turn.
7 check.
River is the king of diamonds.
And 4 check. Showdown, please. Perfect.
Yuri takes that one down. Updated chip counts: Mick with 130 bigs, Yuri 52, Dennis with 33, Andre with 23, Ali with 19, Suksan with 19, and your shortest stack at this featured table is Droz, playing 10 big blinds. We've got 3 from Germany, got Denmark, Austria, Spain. Spain's gone now. The Czech Republic, of course, big disparity of nationalities as we get closer and closer to the end of this day.
65.
Small blind is now 20k, big blind is now 40k with a 40k running big blind ante. That's 20, 40, 40. Andre raising to 85k here with the ace-10 off suit from under the gun +1. Yuri with kings and the cutoff raises to 90k. And we've got action here because Ali's not going to be going anywhere, facing a cutoff open with sub 15 bigs to start the hand, but 2 red 10s in the big blind. Let's put it all in, and Yuri going to snap him off. Green 9-5 is the flop. Ali needing a lot of help. Just 1 out remaining in the deck. Turn is the 4 clubs, and it's looking very bleak as we hit the river. It's going to be a big pot for Yuri. He's going to be playing over 2 million. Unless he hits a 10 on the river for Ali, or he is gone. It's the 4 of spades. We lose a strong player. Ali Chernak has been eliminated. Yuri will scoop those chips, playing 54 big blinds now. Brody is in the house. What's up, Brody? Hope you had a fun St. Patrick's Day. Nice to have you with us.
I want to support you. So you're not alone, you know?
Playing for 11 hours.
Yeah. Oh, it says
11 hours.
So yeah, it must be around.
Fall. Nice guys. I don't watch. I will see on stream.
Andre gets a walk with King 7.
One more free hand. Ställer.
Mississippi here? Oh, he's not.
But then he does it.
Maybe 2 hours later.
Tens in the hijack, 12 bigs.
Raise 80.
Is going to raise, call this one, and I like this. A lot of players would just rip the 12 bigs in the hijack in a tournament like this, but he's going for the raise call. This will look stronger to his opposition, but it's not going to matter because Mick is going to be rejamming from the big here. Ace Queen offsuit, and we're off to the races again. I wouldn't be betting against Mick today. It is all in call. Million in this pot. And the pocket tens at risk, but is marginally ahead. Jack 5-3 is the flop, 2 diamonds. Turn is a queen. Mick. It's been unstoppable today. A 10 needed on the river, but it's the 6 of diamonds. Mick now playing 4.4 million. We lose another player, and we get one step closer to bagging and tagging. What a man, what a player. Who's going to stop him? We're going to get some new opposition in here. Coming into C2 is a name I recognise. I know this man. Cully Sidhu from the United Kingdom is playing a stack of 775. Good luck all in to that man. Going to get a new player in C6 as well. Stefan Fink. Now this might take a couple of minutes, but that's who's going to be coming in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we're going to get a couple of new players.
Just running hot.
Fresh fish. Fresh fish. Andre on the button, 21 bigs, ace 7 of hearts. Good luck anyone coming to this feature table if you're trying to take out that man there. Or even take him on in the pot. Nick is just playing out of his socks, and granted, the cards have been forever in his favour today. Nick has kings in the small blind.
For re-raise 210.
Gonna 3-bet to 210k. With the kings from the small blind. Andre with a difficult decision here. 125 to call. A7 suited. For that price, he is going to peel. Risky business. Back to pot ratio now close to 1-to-1 as we see the flop of 9-5 deuce rainbow.
Bet 140.
Bet at 140. Mick looks like he's going to peel. It is a considerable portion of his stack. Interesting turn card coming up, and it is a heart. It's the 5 of hearts. Now, I'd love a check here from Mick and juice a jam from Andre, but if he thinks his opponent's just going to stack off with a 9 or a flush draw, might as well just shove it all in himself. Yes, Mick does go for the check. Looks like he's going to give up with 2 overcards or something like that. Andre will shove. Mick will snap him off, and this pot is nearly 2 million, 1.77. 10 outs can save Andre as we hit the river. Mick's going to have even more chips. Here is the 7 of spades. Mick is going to be playing 5.3 million, 133 big blinds. Andre has been eliminated.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't want to go sleep, but
I need to play.
I think I had like 5 hours sleep, and now I just feel it.
And we are going to get a few new players now. We're down to 4-handed. Lisa Do coming into seat 2. Stefan Fink going to be in seat 6.
Oh, we're missing 4 players. Are we 3? We need to stop.
Andre says probably pre-flop. Good run though. GG. Nice to hear from you, man. Unlucky in the end. Best of luck with your Twitch stream.
Say about me, I say it's you, not me.
My buddy in crime, Alan Finn, V-Card Killer Online, was saying you have a Twitch channel, so wishing you the best of luck. Looks like we have a pause in the action while we wait for these new players to take their seat.
But so far you're doing very good.
Thank you.
Tough to get away from it, Andre, for that small sizing pre-flop.
Thank you. Accept that king. Accept that king.
The king?
The king.
Oh, yeah. No, that's
but
not,
you get another one.
That's not.
But you get another one.
I had king 10 that time.
And then once you call on the flop and you get that much equity on the turn and it's checked over to you, I don't think there's any other move there than just to jam. Get a better ace to fold, deny your opponent equity, and just take it down. And if you're called, you've got 10 outs the majority of the time. Or at least 9 with the flush draw.
Fair enough. Good for you.
We're going to fold it, I think.
So it's 32 players. So
GG, sir. I'm sure we'll see you again on the felt. Feature table felt at Kings. Best of luck online, etc. Nice to have you with us in the chat.
Probably more possible with 1 hour.
1 hour. Yeah, me too.
Unless, maybe if I keep getting the same cards, it can be fun.
Another deal, let's do this tempo.
Yeah, sometimes it goes really fast. But usually at this point, every decision is a push.
Especially tomorrow. Especially tomorrow. I need players.
Players are on the way. Don't go anywhere. Never fear, action man Dan is here. We're about to have the action continue. If you've been with us for 8.5 hours, good on you. There's a lot more to come. There he is now. Fully Sadu from the UK.
I'm a big guy. I need...
Looks like we're getting 4 new players, folks. We're getting Stephen Fink in seat 6. Adrian Dan in seat 3. And Ivan Karatiu from the Belarus. Yep. A healthy enough stack in seat 9. We're going 8-handed. Let's go. Cards are about to be in the air. Shuffle up and deal.
Fold. 8 fold. 1 is all in. 2 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold. 5 fold.
I'm waiting. I let him really come in.
It makes more fun.
I like it. Let him stay in the game.
Scott says wanting to single-handedly trim the field. Well, we've got reinforcements now. A lot of good players left in this field. With around 30 players remaining at the moment. Current payout is €5,160, I believe. Frost is going to shove from under the gun +1. It's a bit loose with 8 bigs here.
He's all in.
That's going to get Sadhu's attention. He's going to rejam. Look at this. 2 all-ins ahead of Stefan, and he's got the Jeffries, and he wants a count. They're not loving it here with the jacks, but both players sub 20 bigs. I think we've just got to gamble. If we're beat, we're beat. It's too good of a spot to triple up. Maybe not triple up, but something to that effect. We have both players covered. We still have to go to 20 bigs if we lose.
6 is all in. Okay. 3-way all in.
He's going to go all in over the top, and we've got a 50 big blind pot on our hands. We should do at risk with ace-8, draws at risk with 10-7 of hearts. Stefan having both of them covered. Big moment for everyone involved. King 10-4. It's the flop. No help to Sadhu. Draws with a piece of it. Fink still way out there in the lead. Turn is the 8 of spades. Gives Sadhu a pair. Stefan 3-1 favourite as we hit the river to eliminate 2 players. Oh my God, Sadhu. Sit back down, Sadhu. Cully Sadhu hits runner 8-8. And is now playing the guts of 50 big blinds. Wow. That is sick for the Jeffries. That is why we love and hate this game, ladies and gentlemen. Sadhu getting the job done in spectacular fashion. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings.
If you want, you can order directly you guys.
Just keep it going.
Every round.
Big smile.
That's the game.
So maybe 5 minutes we have to move.
Cully, well, not a big smile, but a small smile, a bit of a grin. Baby don't get no sweets, and Cully Sadhu certainly ain't shy about getting his chips across the line. Now he's got a lot of newfound gold. Let's see what he does with it. Very aggressive player, and he
1.5 hours. Yeah, right. I think he'll be before me.
He's well used to the championship rounds.
There's another place that 6 players.
It's a pretty impressive hand and mob. Cully Sadhu. Another player to watch out for, especially now he's got 50 big blinds. Almost making the hijack here. Ace-8 offsuit. Not even going to open that one. I think Mick wants to be opening that one. Can call off the button. I'm not sure exactly how much he has. No, it's just going to be a good enough hand to raise. You can worry about it later. Doesn't need to be letting them ones go when he's got that much chips. Mick is just chilling. Stefan is going to raise 85k here on the button with ace queen off suit.
Re-raise. 225. 8 fold. 6 is all in.
Stefan going to shove over the top. Yuri will let it go. Yuri should just be calling there, I feel. If he's going to 3-bet, he can 3-bet to a size where he's going to be pretty much committed. I don't mind 3-bet folding. Just think. Call from the small. I'm not sure how much chips the big blind had. Perhaps just wants to be ripping that one when the button has sub 20 bigs to start the hand.
Raise 85. Seven call. 8 push.
So doing the big blind here with king 4 off suit, 45k more to call, cut off at ace 7, and Yuri on the button with ace 8.
One call. No, 2 calls.
To do is going to see a flop. Nine, 6, 3, all hearts.
Good check. Six bet, 155. So fold,
155 is the bet. And he will take that one down. Easy peasy. Japanese.
fold. Four, five, 6, 4. 7 raise 85. Eight fold.
Doing the small blind, facing the open from Yuri in the cutoff. Sometimes we want to come in for a 3-bet here. Might elect to just the flop. To do ain't going to play by anybody's rules.
Heads up.
King 6-5 is the flop. Both players with a pair. Sadu's bottom pair inferior to Yuri's second pair. Both players with the same kicker. Turn is the 8 of clubs.
Seven bet. 7.
Yuri betting 70k here on the turn. Sadu is going to call. We're off to the river. 390 in the pot. 6 of diamonds pairing the board. Sadu checking again.
Bet 180.
Yuri bets 180, and Sadu will let that one go.
Gentlemen, you have a new dealer.
Thank you. Huh?
Updated chip counts. Mick's still in the lead, of course. Closest to him is 50 bigs. Shortest stack is 22, so 4 players in between 22 and 50 bigs. And then Mick has 83 big blinds more than second place. Astonishing. Mine's still 20, 40, 40. Dan is just going to complete the small blind. Seven, 6 offsuit and making the big. These 3 clubs can do what he wants here. Bump it up or just check his option. I think I prefer to raise. Keep pounding and applying pressure as we get closer and closer to the end of the night. It's just gone past 2 a.m. now at the King's Resort. And decision fatigue will set in. Players will get tired, can only make so many good decisions in a day. And if I have that much chips, I'm going to take them to Pound Town.
80. 80. 8 raise. 80. 2 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold.
Ivan Min raising in the hijack with 8-7 of clubs.
5 fold. Thank you.
Takes it down. Players are playing for almost 12 hours now. Well, about 11 and a half. Championship rounds, as I always say, gotta remain composed. Not be quitting at half time. What a day we're going to have in store tomorrow. Make on the button here, 3-2 suited. Now I've seen him fold 10-4 suited earlier, 10-3 suited earlier when he had a lot of chips, but he didn't have this much chips. Yeah, just decides to let it go. He just doesn't need to go too mad.
5 raise all in. 6 fold.
This is just going to rip 20 big blinds and change from the small with ace-2 suited. I think that's totally fine. Sucks if you're called. Sometimes you just gotta stick it in and think of Ireland. Ivan's going to raise under the gun here, 10-9 suited.
Four fold. Five fold. Six fold, 7 fold.
Ivan will take that one down. Nice pickup from under the gun there with the 10-9 suited, adding 100k to his stack.
You don't have to put anything inside of the anti from the Sorry? You have smartwatch? Yeah. Could you put it please on the table? I'll wait for you 1 second.
Sorry? 1 round sit out or something? No? No? Not like that?
Yeah, no.
Gustavo asked, is there a break? We had a break, mate. Won't be a break for at least another hour. We've about 30 players remaining now, which means we are only 6 eliminations away from the conclusion of day 2. Current payout is €5,160.
5 fold. 6 fold. 7 raise, 110. 100. 8 call. Heads up. Seven bet 75.
About a 75k here from Yuri on the Jack 8 deuce. Ivan gonna call with the Queen 10. Turn is the Ace of Spades.
Seven bet 225.
Yuri is going to double barrel here, betting 225 on the turn. Ivan is going to call a second time, and we will see a river. 860 in the pot. River is the 8 of spades. Yuri missing everything, and that 8 is going to pair the board with 860 in the pot. It's not a good river for him to continue barreling on. It's pretty sick that Ivan, as Queen High is the best hand. To be fair, that double barrel should flush out a decent amount of the 8x that is contained in the big blind's range. Yuri might find a third barrel here. This is a big pot. I think he decides to just wave the white flag. Unlikely that Ivan has an ace. Tough to get Ivan to fold a jack. Do get him to fold some draws. I really don't know. I think Yuri might want to barrel that one. Interesting to see what you think about that one in the chat. If he's going to barrel, he needs to barrel big. If we barrel as well, we pretty much never have an 8 ourselves. We just check the turn with an 8. 225 is the bet from Ivan. Trying to get rid of some weak pairs, some weak holdings. Ivan will be delighted to take that one down. He's now playing over 2 million.
Sorry?
Yeah, you could go either way with that one. If you think your opponent will fold, I would keep barreling. apply the pressure. If he's the kind of player who's going to call you pretty light,
Yes,
I think we wave the white flag. Just depends. It's a big moment. Can we bet twice there though? That's big enough that we can risk maybe a $500,000 bet into a pot of 860, something around that area.
Yeah,
Overbet jam would be pretty sick.
Bet 85. Five fold. Six fold. Seven fold. Eight fold. Two fold.
Nick with the 10s. Cully with a piece of this. Second pair king kicker. Stefan just with pocket trees.
Four check. Six check. Two players. Yes. Two check.
There's the ace of clubs.
Four check. Six check.
Everyone checks. River is the 5 of spades.
Two check. Four check. Six check. Showdown 7.
Everybody checks. Mick wins another pot. I was thinking in that last hand as well, if we bet a bit bigger on the turn, once we pick up a draw, if we bet closer to pot, setting up a pot river jam, just might change the dynamics. You might even flush out a hand like Queen 10 if we bet close to pot.
Four fold. Five fold. Six raise 85. Seven fold. Eight fold. Two fold. And three fold.
Million.
Ace Jack taking that one down. Taking down the blinds and antes.
Five fold. 6 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold. Two raise 85. Sorry? Oh, okay. Cards on the line, please, sir.
Ace King first to do. Raises to 85k. On the button. Expect to see Mick flick it in here with the Queen 7 suited for 45k more. Cliptic game, it says earlier, did I say think of Ireland and stick it in? I did, yeah. I did indeed. I like to have fun here. 6-5-3 is the flop. 2 diamonds. Nice to have you with us, Cliptic Gaming. And this kind of a flop is going to smack the perceived big blind's defending range more so than the opening range from the button. So Mick now deciding whether he wants to better check. This has spades, push out straight draw, turn is the king of clubs. This is gin, first to do, top pair, top kicker, 230 in the pot, wants to bet about 100k. Bets 100k. Wow. Mick is going for it here. Wasn't expecting to see this. Raises to 425. And first to do, we might just see him protect his hand here. And now with 2 flush draws on board and straight draws, might just shove over the top. Just depends on how he's feeling. Maybe he wants to call and let his opponent blast off on the river on a non-club river or non-diamond river. Risky business. What's to do? Knows what he's doing. Million in the pot. Sack to pot ratio is 1-to-1. Mick won't like that river. There's the board. Mick will give up. So we'll just shove now. One would imagine stack to pot ratio 1-to-1. Maybe he wants to go for a smaller sizing of about half a stack, like 420, something around that area. For 475. And Mick gets out of the way. Nice pick up there first to do, playing over 2 million. Once again, that asks we play till what? We play until 24 players remain. I would say there's about an hour of play remaining. With the hazard a guess. We are under 30 players remaining, so about 5 eliminations to go. So no longer than another hour or so.
Six fold, 7 fold. Eight raise, 80. 2 fold. Three fold. Raise, 370.
Ivan raising to 80 and Mick going for large-ish sizing of nearly 5x. Yeah, it is a large 3-bet, and I like the sizing. Mick going for nearly 5x here, 370k. A lot of the time you see people 3-bet out of position, 3x, 3.5x, maybe sometimes 4x. When we're this deep, no harm in putting an extra bit of juice on top. A little bit extra cheese. Ivan with pocket tens. I think he wants to just call. He's going to be in position. See the size of this pot already, though. 820 out there. Seven five deuce is the flop. Most likely see make C-bet for a sizing of around $250,000 here.
Bet 225.
Goes for 225. Ivan is just going to call this pot now. 1.3 million almost. Turn is the 7 of clubs. I think Ivan just wants to protect his hand here. Bet something around 400k. Alternatively, just jam the lot. But I like betting around 400, 450. Even smaller, 350. Goes for 300. Mick's just going to be forced to let this one go. We have seen him lose one or two small pots. He won't be too phased. Still playing well over 100 bigs, 111 to be precise. Ivan is now in second place after winning a pot or two in 67 bigs, and Cully Sadu with 53. Yuri with 38, Stefan Fink with 27 bigs, Adrian Dan with 26 bigs, and Dennis is the shortest stack at this feature table. Still playing a very healthy 20 big blinds, especially when it is 1 hour blinds. We're going to be for a hell of a day tomorrow. About 4 eliminations away to go now. What a day it's been so far. Leave pay jump is looming, €5,915, so the difference of about €800. And the cutoff, the min raise. Lines are 25, 50, 50. I think this is a bit light in the cutoff, especially with Mick right beside us. Let's get through Mick, so that's half the battle.
They asked me to sit down. I have to sit down? Yeah, for the camera. I have to sit down. Oh, sorry. I'm in the way of the camera. My bad, sorry. I thought you said because I need to be on the camera.
Queen 10-6 is the flop. 2 clubs. Dan. The flush draw. Down bets 80k. Breaks it down.
For raise 110.
Mick raises to 110 in the cutoff with ace-7 offsuit. Here he is going to defend in the big with Queen-8 offsuit and flop top pair. Queen-Jack 5. Probably see Mick continue here.
For bet 140.
And 40 is the bet from Mick. Here he is just going to call.
Check.
This is a great turn card, the ace of hearts for Mick. Gonna bet 350. And now here he doesn't know where he's at. I feel like he needs to call a second time though, because Mick is just so likely to be applying pressure here, double barreling.
350.
But if you think your opponent is just going to be jamming on the river, then you should probably just let go now. Here he is going to let his hand go. It just shows the power of the big stack getting the job done there with a second barrel. Is if we call the turn, it's unlikely our opponent is just going to stop barreling on the river. So if we call the turn, we have to be willing to call on the river, and it's going to be a lot of bad rivers. He does just get away from it. On this occasion, his opponent had the ace. He doesn't need the ace to keep barreling.
Raise 100. 1 million. Eight gold. Heads up.
Here bet 75k and Ivan here with 2 pair. Turn is the 8 of hearts. Additional equity now for Erie in the form of a straight draw, but there is 2 hearts and 2 clubs out there. He is just going to check. Ivan wants to bet somewhere around 250 here, 300. Goes for 280. I like that sizing. Takes it down.
Raise 100,000. 8 fold.
Yuri raises to 100k with King 10 offsuit on the button. Jack 9-7 is the flop, 2 hearts. Turn is the 7 of clubs. River is the 3 of hearts. We'll take that one down with the king 10. Less than 4 eliminations to go now. €27 players remaining. €5,915 is the current payout. Dan's going to rejam with the Queen Jack, and Ivan lets it go. Nice rejam from Dan. You see a lot of players just call there.
Lidt bort. Der er ikke nogen, der hæpper.
Seven raise 100,000.
Hallo, jeg har lige vundet en. Jeg vandt ikke for 2 hen ad siden. I må holde øje.
Yuri raises in the hijack with ace-10 of clubs, and Mick in the big with king deuce off suit. Mick on a 3-bet with the blocker to 350. And for my money now, from what we've seen, I just shove all in here. And Yuri does shove all in. I think Mick played very well there, just getting shoved on. Players have had enough of him, which is understandable. With just 3 eliminations to go now.
Seven raise 100. 8 fold. 2 fold.
Ace 10-6 is the flop, and we could have some action here. Might be losing another player. Here he betting 75k. Dennis with 12 bigs. Top pair. Having defended in the big blind, I don't see any way he's getting away from this. Does he just want to call, or is he going to bump it up? I think we just call. Here he 3-betting to 645. That's enough to put Dennis all in. Just has 8 bigs behind. This sucks because here he's not going to have too many ace-x that's lower than the ace-9, considering he raised from under the gun +1. Six spot here for Dennis. I feel like once we've raised though, we're going to stack off. If we're beat, we're beat. But with just 8 bigs behind, can he find a way of getting rid of this? It just looks like you have to be beaten. That's why I think I just call the flop and see what happens. That's a really, really great fold. It might seem like it's standard stuff, but once you've raised for value there and information and you get shoved on, to just let it go. Saves his tournament life. And he's going to be battling away with 8 bigs, but most players just go broke there. I think my go-to there is just to call and my opponent barrels on the turn. Just get it in. Unless I've got my spidey senses tingling. And Anis actually with an even better point than me there. There's good fold, but what a bad jam. Yeah, I just wouldn't bother jamming. I actually didn't mention that at all, Anis. Well said. Sometimes it's nice to just get that extra piece of information I was missing there, just thinking about how good of a fold the big blind made, but the jam is just terrible. 100% agree. Sometimes I overlook that because it's just so obvious, but it does need to be said. Just wants to be calling. There's absolutely no reason for jamming over the top there. Sometimes he's ahead of against ace-8 or ace-5, yeah, but very rarely going to be raising with ace-8 or ace-5 under the gun +1 there and shoving over the top. Just going to call with almost any ace-x, and that's why I was very surprised to see the ace-10 shoving over the top there. Just going to call. Raise for information, indeed, yeah. swings for Dennis on the button. Goes to 8 bigs. Just shove all in. Two eliminations away now. Getting ever closer to bagging and tagging. These players must be getting very tired now. Just about to hit 3 a.m. in Rozvadov. Dennis in the cut off with ace-5 suited. Schultz for 10 bigs. Yuri goes all in over the top with ace-queen.
Jeg tror, vi stopper for i dag, måske. S5 mod S-dame.
Who don't play, please sit down.
Oh yeah, sorry, sorry.
Dennis 30% equity to stay in this tournament. That's a good start on the 6-5-4. You're needing a lady now and needing one fast. 2 out in the deck as we hit the turn, and it is the king of clubs. And Dennis, after making that fold, is set to double up. Bing, bang, boom, just like that. He's back over 1 million chips, 22 bigs. And Yuri, not happy, but what can he do? We're going to be playing about 30 big blinds. I believe 26 players are still remaining. He could have finished them indeed. A few comments in the chat, but decided to play it different. Stefan in the cutoff. Ace 9 off suit. 16 bigs. Is just going to call. Limping from the cutoff here. Risky business off 16 bigs. What to do? Not sure what to do. Just see a flop or just ram a jam the lot. Decides to ram a jam the lot. But don't really like this limp. I would prefer to use this in our min-raise folding range, sometimes min-raise calling range. And Sadu will take that one down now, playing 40 big blinds. There is the updated chip counts. Stefan is your shortest stack with 15 bigs, and Dennis with 22, Dan with 28, Yuri with 29, Sadu 40, Ivan 52, and Mick is still in the lead comfortably with 86 big blinds, playing almost 4.4 million.
Var det ham, der sad der? Jeg havde en med kongen hvor han fældede 300 af kalde. Jeg er ikke gået over med kongen tror jeg. Nej, det så jeg ikke. Det gjorde jeg dengang, jeg ramte fuld hus med 7'eren. Skub bare det hele.
Fold. 5 fold. 6 fold, 7 fold. 8 fold. 2 fold.
Sadu is just going to complete the small 9-7 offsuit.
Heads up. Two check. Three check.
Two pair first to do.
2 bet 80.
That's 80K. That's not a good river for Sadu. And is caught up.
Two bet 175.
Sadu is going to bet 175. And he will be saying goodbye to those chips because Dan should be raising here. Decides to just call. Interesting. And getting information from the top that is going to be the last hand of the night, folks. Thanks to everyone who's tuned in on St. Paddy's Day. I'm going to get a nice sleep. and try to get a morning routine in before a very, very long day of poker tomorrow. 24 players remaining and some stars left in the field.
You destroyed my momentum.
We're going to bag and tag. You know the drill by now. Check us out on all the usual social media platforms. If you want any additional information, go to the website www.kingsresort.com. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. We'll be back at 13:30 Central European time tomorrow. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan.
Somebody knows the chip count already? I know. Okay, let's go start. Okay, Gina will give you the back. But restart is at 1 o'clock, okay? 1. Give me another.
Tomorrow 1?
What do you think?
Come on, make it 16 or something. Who's up at 1?